Is it live? Is it happening? It looks like it's live. It says excellent connection. That's what I like to hear. I hope to have an excellent connection with all of you people tonight. Hello, Amy. Can a sugar mommy pay them to read the latest chapter of Chainsaw Man? What do we charge for that? A dollar, like $1 a page? Does that make sense? That's too much, right? Maybe.
No, it's not too much.
Well, it's like 20 pages. It doesn't take that long to read 20 pages, right? Seems like we just actually went live. Like we hadn't been quite live yet. Well, we were just asked if a sugar mommy would pay for us to watch Chainsaw Man. It could happen. Somebody might, or read Chainsaw Man rather, to read the latest chapter of Chainsaw Man. We'll have to negotiate what is a reasonable price per page of. What do you think would be a reasonable price per page? 50 cents a page, maybe? I don't know. Y'all let me know if you know. This is straight up shameless. That's true. We did this last night and made like $500. It was pretty awesome. Some people really. Oh my God! It's the Gremlin Goblin Man. Oh, he's a kissy Gremlin Goblin Man. Hello, kissy Hello, kissy Goblin. Find yourself a framing here. Figure out how you fit in this camera lens. Okay. I'm just going to keep adjusting the setup on the fly until it makes sense. I don't know why this folder's open. Hello, people. Hello, people. Hello, people. Hello, people. Hello, people. OMG, I can't believe it. Fucking Landon's here. What up, Landon?
I can believe it that Landon is here.
Hello, Ellen. Hello, Amy. Hello, Aozaki Aoko Best Girl. That's everybody who's chatted so far. I know there's more of you who are watching, but I don't know who you are. I don't know your names. You haven't said shit. How can I acknowledge your existence? You have to reach across the void. You have to reach across space and time. Make yourself known. Reveal yourselves to me.
Preferably with money.
Preferably by way of money. Well, you know, I like knowing who's there. I'm a lurker a lot of the time, so I understand, you know. I'm not somebody who necessarily always makes my presence known whenever I'm like in a place on the internet, you know. Anonymity is part of the power of the internet, being unseen. But I usually like to at least let them know, you know, like if it's somebody who I know, like I'm usually like, hey, guess what? It's me. I'm here. I'm like, oh shit. You know, when I see other people, I mean, I'm like, oh shit. Usually also they're like, oh shit. Yo, Yig Studios in the chat, you know, that kind of energy. Landon, we are not doing the Pokemon design stream tonight. You have to understand that we have like schedule, like there's only certain times that certain things are possible.
Landon's an accelerationist, you see. He's drinking too much Everclear, and he knows it, so he's trying to get the content that he wants out of you before his liver inevitably fails.
It's true. But I can string his life along by not doing videos that he wants me to do. Because if he's like, oh, I could die easily knowing that video came out before I was gone, it's like, haha, well, guess what?
Have you noticed that the motto of this beer is beer before glory?
Beer before glory? That's fun.
Does that mean you drink beer over glory?
Oh, wait, yes, I have. It's
Firestone Walker.
I just never had this.
Does that mean you drink beer before you seek glory? Or does it mean that you drink beer over seeking glory?
I assume the first one. Look at this. This one's got people with oranges for heads.
This one also has that, actually. It's got oranges, peaches, pineapple, and another orange. And also the lady orange is spiking a giant orange volleyball.
Shout out Nino. Shout out
Is Nino here? Let's go.
Shout out Danny Smickle, who just said help. What do you need help with, dog? Let us know. We'll give you the help you need. This is a therapy stream sometimes. This is like this stream show is simultaneously a therapy stream, a sociology stream,
And a get bullied if you're dumb stream.
a bullying stream, a what else would you call it? Philosophy stream, existential
Charades or
dread,
something?
existential no, it has ice in it.
Okay.
Existential comedy stream, anime review stream, cultural analysis stream, gonzo journalism stream, watch along stream, of course. It's quite a versatile stream. It's not an everything stream, but it is a very versatile stream.
Next time I fall asleep on the stream, you really have to, get a separate dedicated camera to
A
me
bird
being asleep.
sleepy cam, yeah. I don't know if I could have set that up then, but we need so much more equipment, and we're so broke. That's why we need you to
That's why
pay
we
us
call
to
on
watch.
you, dear viewer.
Yeah, we need you to pay us to watch stuff so that we can improve every aspect of our
Let's
lives
also
in general.
be real. Trixie is watching the stuff. I am occasionally looking at the stuff through bits and pieces of Helldivers 2
Yeah,
until I get bored of Helldivers 2.
it's mostly
and then
me
I'm
watching
watching
stuff.
stuff.
Actually, will you pass me my phone? I need to
will.
know if anybody ends up Venmoing or Cash Apping me anything, because I put it on screen that YouTube, they take a third of all of the Super Chat revenue. And of course, taxes eventually take another third of that Super Chat revenue. And, when you have a normal job, you think of your, you think about your income in terms of, post taxes, You think about, your literal take home at the end of the week. But with YouTube, it's it'll say something like, you just made $250, But then when you actually get to the point of how much of that did I get to keep, it's like $100, So, this Cash App Beatrice, it's just goldenwitchfire, all one word. It's right there on the screen. Right there. That $sign goldenwitchfire. It might say my name is Beatrice Collins on there. It might, I don't know how I have not sent a lot of money on Cash App through which to know what it looks like when you're doing it.
It's the cash sign and then whatever your username is.
Yeah. Yeah, it does say Beatrice Collins is my name on there. There you go. That's what it looks like. That's me. Also have Venmo. But anyway, yeah, that's just a way of circumventing the cut that YouTube takes. I need to get a Streamlabs setup thing where you can click a donation link and it'll still put the stuff up on screen. Although we haven't been doing on-screen super chats anyways.
I think that also has to tie in with OBS, which you are using, but
Because the super chats, being able to put the super chats on screen is a StreamYard thing. But we are using OBS right now so that I can have better... Well, it's just easier for me to use, honestly. I guess I could have used StreamYard for this. I'll set that up next time. I always end up feeling very last minute. I end up having to do so much other shit throughout the day that I can never quite get as much planning done as I need to make everything right when the show actually comes along. Zelle doesn't make you have a fee if people send you money. Get that?
Zelle is what we used to get paid through.
Oh, yeah.
And sometimes it's mega gay, so no.
Cash App doesn't have a fee, does it?
It does.
I see.
It doesn't have to, but it'll take 3 days for the money to get to you, which isn't as bad as YouTube.
That's true. I'd get the money way the fuck sooner than with YouTube Super Chats. I also don't get them until way the fuck later. You know, the next, like, the 22nd day of the month after the super chat was sent is when I get the super chat revenue. So, yeah, that's one of the worst things about getting paid through YouTube.
Because not only are they fucking with you for 30% or fucking you with 30% taken off for themselves, they're making you wait.
Landon has entirely changed his YouTube username to Review Pokemon Creamy Beehole.
Landon.
He's really odd about it. Look, we are going to do it eventually. Nino says, do people even want me to come back?
Yes.
I think so. Did I spend thousands of dollars on a studio for nothing?
Also, yes.
Well, writing screw the Omega distraction from YouTube, but feels much more rewarding. I mean, yeah. I mean, if you have a fictional story you really care about, and it's like you like watch it become good, it's like, yeah. Like I can't think of any 1 or even 10 YouTube videos that like I'm more proud of than even what I've done of Kusomega, which is an incomplete book series, you know, but like it took me so long to even get to the point of finishing a part 1 of something that I tried to write that alone was already like, wow, I can't fucking believe I actually did it. I actually made a real story, guys. I mean, it's kind of a shit post, but it's a story. How much is it for you to read the 3 most recent Chainsaw Man chapters? What do you think? What do you think?
$30, $10 a chapter.
All right, $10 a chapter is what Bird is setting as the going rate for manga. So we will read manga, whatever manga you want, for $10 a chapter. How much would it cost to get all of One Piece at that rate? Let's see.
Stop it. End. Don't tempt them.
I want to tempt them.
How many chapters is One Piece? Like 1,000?
If somebody upfronted this, it would just be... it's all I'd have to do. I'd spend like a month reading One Piece and then I'd just have money. There's no way anybody would upfront this. How many chapters? Let's say 1,600. Hold on. No, 1060. Okay. So that would be $10,600 thereabouts. Just shy of $10,600.
If you want to upfront us $10,000.
If somebody wants to send me $10,580 to read One Piece to Bird,
you better send us more so we can buy an RV and quit our jobs.
Live on stream. I mean, again, $10,600. It would not take more than a couple weeks to actually read all of One Piece on stream.
That's true.
We would then just move on to the next manga and get paid another $10,000 to read that or whatever. I don't know. There's not another one that takes that long. Just simply must keep the ball rolling forever. You sent 20 on Cash App, Leaf Lady? For
what?
For what?
Maybe
did you say it
there
in
might
Cash
be a
App?
tag.
Where the fuck did I just put my... Here we go.
I'm not the keeper.
Alright, let's see how clean this works as a system. Cash App, $20. Yep. Cool.
Does it say for what?
How do I find the... Is there a message attached to this?
So if you do it instantly, there's a fee, and if you do it within 3 days, there's not.
Yeah, well, that's just, that's just it going to my bank. It instantly came to me.
Cash App, yeah.
Okay, here we go. There is a message. For to read my manga, I sent to you on Twitter. Okay. I'm sure you probably already typed this into the chat, but I just wanted to make sure that Cash App actually does... That there was a way for me to get through to the message. Okay. Here we go. Alright. I'm going to make this bigger since obviously this is not going to be a copyright issue. Right. This post may contain erotic or adult imagery. I hope this is something we're allowed to show.
Yeah, true.
For you to read my manga, is this like, when you say my manga, Leaf Blady, did you like write or draw this? Like, is this literally your manga? Because first of all, this looks like Nanoha. I've just opened it up. I'm like, this looks like an official Nanoha manga. So if you drew this, it looks like an official Nanoha manga to me. Does this read left to right or right to left also? I assume right to left. How about taking over the kids' soccer training? Oh, okay, this is just like conversation they're having at the table. Sorry, Dad, but I have a date with my girlfriend. Oh, a new package came from your friend. Have fun, Nanoha. Really? From Fate-chan? I wonder how she's been. How she has been. And that is how my case is currently going. Lindy-san is sure that the council won't press any charges as long as I agree to work under her for a short period of time. So this is a scene that happens in Nanoha A's, right? I believe this is I believe this happens early into Nanoha A's, because this is when, in between, at the end of Nanoha, if anybody fucking doesn't know, Maho Shoujo Lyrical Nanoha, that's what this is. The first season ends with Fate becoming Nanoha's friend, but she has to be held for her many crimes that she committed under her mother's command by the Space-Time Administration Bureau. And so the Space-Time Administration Bureau is like, this is
the TVA from Loki.
Yes, exactly. Exactly the same concept. It is literally the same. Like, they have to fix space-time problems. So they go around the space-time continuum, fixing space-time problems. It's never really explained in a lot of depth in the anime. But anyway, yeah, Fate's being, held because of her crimes, but they're going to let her out on good behavior and basically, obviously, being, a nice person and help Nanoha. You wrote the fanfic that they're adapting. Oh, okay. So this is... Your friend drew this based on your... Cool. Well, the artwork is spectacularly accurate. I'm so glad Fate-chan won't get in trouble. I miss you, Nanoha. I can't wait to see you again. Me too. Bye, Nanoha. Until next time. A letter? While the Arthra was here, I had noticed a strange energy signal on Earth. They had been unable to investigate due to being too busy with the jewel seed incident. However, the man who had sent the letter recognized these signals from other planets he had been on, something he had wished to investigate further but had been denied by higher-ups for the longest time. He hoped some unfettered by the limitations of bureaucracy would be able to succeed where he had failed. That is why the man Zest-san asked me if I could take a short trip to Mitagahara and get a feel of the situation until he could get permission to send help my way. Let me reread that, because I fumbled so much. That is why the man Zest-san asked me if I could take a short trip to Mitagahara and get a feel of the situation until he could get permission to send help my way. Okay, so she's gone ahead so she could figure out what's going on here. Because she is unfettered by the limits of bureaucracy, which is basically makes her a Spectre from Mass Effect, I guess.
What does that mean?
In Mass Effect, this just turned into a Madoka Magica also, fans. I just, turned to the next page and it's Mommy, and I'm like, okay, hold on.
It's Mommy, you said?
Yes, Mommy is Mommy, for sure. Anyway, in Mass Effect, the High Council of, United Species that runs the space government, appoints certain people to have extra legal capability in dealing with diplomatic matters of violence. Basically you get to be a space thug working for the government, and that's basically what Nano has been given, the same extrajudicial rights, I guess. I don't know if it's quite at that extreme in this fanfic, but anyway, Mami-san from fucking Puella Magi Madoka Magica is here now. Mami-san, would you be willing to go to karaoke with us today? We'd really love to hear you sing. I'm sure you have the voice of an angel. Who is the voice of Tomoe Mami, actually? Isn't it,
Mama.
Kaori Mizuhashi. What else do I know her for? Yes, she's fucking Miyako from Hidamari's sketch. She's also in Nanoha. She's fucking, the little ferret boy. She's in Monogatari. Cool. Alright, anyway, yeah, she definitely has the voice of an angel. I'm sorry, girls. I already have a prior engagement. You see, maybe next week? She's always so busy. I wonder what she does after class. She's probably an idol. Or maybe she works at a maid cafe? Doubt that. I've never seen Mami-san anywhere after school. Maybe she's stop. I'm just saying. It's like she suddenly got a booty call while talking to us. Oh my god, they think she's a prostitute. I unfortunately have no grief seeds, if that's what you're after. It is not. It's been a while. What requires us to meet in person? Trouble is brewing, Mami Tomoe. And there is no other magical girl I trust more than you. Flattery isn't necessary. Just tell me where the witch is. It's not a witch. There's been reports of a magical girl irregularity, one set to disturb the natural order.
It's not a witch. It's a young girl who uses magic.
Well, in Madoka Magica, magical girls and witches are they're like at war, basically. Like the witches are the bad guys and the magical girls are the good guys.
So it's Soul Eater.
Sort of, yeah, but not that much.
But not that.
An irregular magical girl, you say? How so?
Wait, could this possibly be an irregular at Magic High?
Stop. You've never seen that or have any idea what it is, do you? It's just a name you've heard.
I've seen it on Netflix.
Like just a picture of it, you mean? It's very bad.
Yeah, I figured. That's why I've never watched it.
You would not like it. I do not remember contracting with her, and her power far exceeds that of a normal magical girl. The last one with strength comparable to her was nearly 600 years ago. So she's stronger than me? Yes, though I know she lacks your experience. As such, I believe you're the only one capable of defeating her, though I understand if you don't want to accept this request. Don't worry, I could never lose. So Nanoha is the secret magical girl that he's confused about, right? Kyubei's like, there's this incredibly powerful magical girl that I never contracted, and that is Nanoha. Alright, I like it. This is a good way to bridge the gap of these two universes. And so far the writing is fine. It's mechanically solid is the way I would describe it. So this is Mitakihara. It sure has a different feel to Uminari. I wonder why Zest-san wanted me to come here. But her trial is still going. Oh no, if Fate-chan had been here. But her trial is still going. Lindy-san, Chrono-kun, and Yuno-kun did promise that nothing... Huh? Where am I? She just got like Angel's Egg lost suddenly. I wondered if this is how Fate-chan felt when she came to Uminari. I'm looking forward to Mama's cooking tonight. She said we're having meat buns.
Meat buns?
And then I guess she like senses something that she's like, oh fuck, and then transforms suddenly. Raising Hato!
Raising hot dog?
Hato!
Hot dog?
Hato! Raising Hato!
Hot dog.
Whoa, this is a trippy fucking visual. What the hell is this? Some kind of Lovecraftian conceptual monster or something? What a trip. Raising Heart, what is that? It is a beast most similar to the Jewel Seed creations. In that case, let's go with the Divine Buster! Jewel Seed? That is weird. This looks and feels like a Jewel Seed, but the monster was weaker than even the first Jewel Seed monster I fought. Oh, that was still her talking. May I ask who you are?
Huh? I'll only tell you this once, so listen carefully. Return the grief seed and leave this city, otherwise there will be trouble. Mami Tomoe, resident magical girl of Mitakahara City. I don't appreciate other magical girls strolling through my territory. I'm willing to overlook this if you do exactly as I said. I realize I read these bubbles out of order. I'm Nanoha Takamachi. I'm sorry, but I can't leave. Can we talk about this?
Yeah, right, bitch. It's time to fight. This is a lot of swirly swooshes and stuff. I do believe this is how this would transpire, since Mommy did kind of put off this kind of energy in the show.
That was a warning shot. If you understand our difference in experience, then please leave now.
Sounds like a ton.
I shall be taking this grief seed for myself.
Well, that's why she gets her head bitten
What's
off.
a grief seed?
It's the core of the witches, and it's basically like when you're really depressed, you like develop a grief seed, and it turns you into like a monster, and then these girls can go and like defeat the monster inside of you, take the grief seed out of you, and repair you to normal. And then they use the grief seeds to like feed the Cubays, basically. I don't remember exactly what the Cubays need the fucking grief seeds for, but it's some kind of maintaining universal balance thing. But basically, being a magical girl slowly drains your life force. So the magical girls are destined to die.
Sure.
And regardless of their being destined to die, Mommy also just gets her head bitten off by a fucking witch in the 3rd episode. So,
She sounds like she deserved it.
she's rather short-lived.
What the? I know that sometimes clashing is unavoidable, so I made this barrier so we can let it all out. I hope we can truly talk to one another after this. That sounds agreeable, but I'll warn you, I could never lose. Divine Shooter! Homing attack?
Load 19 more images. I've never, oh, this is Imgur. Imgur has changed the way it looks a lot over time.
Yeah.
This definitely, like, it's a little visually confusing to actually follow what's happening, but it does vaguely give the vibe of looking both like a Nanoha fight and like a Madoka fight, which, like, I'm impressed on a conceptual level, but I am confused about the more literal
Divine Buster!
I mean, in the end, all that really matters is Nanoha can fire the biggest laser beam in the whole world. Uh-oh, what is this about? She getting, like, swallowed into hell?
I need to know how far the smoke cloud reaches.
That fucking face.
Mommy, I sensed an explosion in your vicinity. Are you okay? I wasn't for a moment there. Thank you for checking in. Thank you for reminding me, Kyubey. If I can't see my own victory, I will get nothing but my own defeat. Do you believe there is no chance of victory? That staff seems unique. It was even able to talk. If I remove it from her grasp, I don't think she'll be able to summon another. Considering how she seems to favor mid-range to long-range combat, I need to close the distance and make sure to take my chances. First, I need to figure out how she keeps repelling my ribbons. Once I figured that out, I can... This girl's experience is not that of a mage who has honed their craft to perfection, but rather of someone who has survived many years of combat through any means necessary. Shoot, bullet!
Does she
Shoot
really have an
bullet.
attack called Shoot Bullet?
That's what you do with them.
Landon says this is low-key pretty sick, so you've got Landon on board. That's a tough wall to
Landon likes
climb.
a show with young girls in it. A manga with young girls,
in it? Yeah, well.
Oh my god, I can't believe it.
Master, be careful. A desperate opponent can be tricky. Yes.
Wait, is she closing the distance? Actually, one thing I think that could be added to this is sound effects. This could use some, like, you know, and some clack. Flawless legs of gold! Is that an attack she has? Does she say that at some point? Flawless legs of gold?
My legs are ice as cold.
My master, her ribbons aren't disappearing after she uses them like before. Uh-oh. They're both shooting. Flawless Legs of Gold finale!
I am
Damn.
Adolfo Finelli, the king
Maybe
of the
Mommy's
Barbers,
gonna
the
get her.
barber of kings. Buongiorno, good day.
I will tell you, there is no universe where I would have bet that Mommy could beat Nanoha, but this is Nanoha right after Season 1. Like, obviously, Nanoha at the end of Nanoha A's, I don't think would get taken by Mommy. Obviously, Nanoha Strikers, Nanoha would wipe the absolute floor with this woman. But this is maybe the only time in the timeline I could accept that Mommy could do this much against Nanoha. Healing magic? I'm guessing you don't have any. I'll give you a fair warning because of your slip-up. Don't take to the skies unless you're ready to be flayed by my ribbons. Was that the end of this chapter? You paid for 2 chapters, right? So let's go to the next one. Nope, that just sent me to a picture of a cat. How do I get to more? Did you send me a second link? Or was that it? Let me know, Leaf. Let me know if there's more to that. There's more pages? Why didn't they load for me? God damn it, not the fucking cat. Yes, I'm over 18. We had to load 19 more. Why are there no more? I don't know where they are, Leaf. Where are the more pages? Where do I go? How do I summon them? What's wrong with this, what am I doing wrong? How do I summon the pages? Do I have to scroll underneath all of this, or is this just, this is just an endless scroll of other things? Alright, well, let me look and see if anybody else sent me anything on Cash App in the meantime. It doesn't look like it. Somebody Venmo'd me $20 just for Happy Pride today.
That's nice.
It was very nice. Never mind, I'm thinking of the pages she had drafted but hasn't posted yet. Okay, I see. So this comic is not done yet. But it is good. This is a good doujin. Like, as far as doujin mashup comics go, like, there's pretty much usually 2 routes you can go with stuff like this. One is, like, outrageously wild, like, you know, taking super liberties with the characters. And the other is trying to play it really straight and not really incorporate anything the show didn't suggest about them. This is more of the played straight style, which I think has broader appeal within the fan base, where it's like anybody who just wants to know, like, who just wants to see Mami versus Nanoha. This is exactly what it would be, you know, like, they act exactly the same as in the show, they have exactly the right powers, you picked the right period in time for them to go at it. I don't know if the intent is for Nanoha to fight her way through, like, all of the Madoka girls or something, because that would be funny. Like, I don't know how long this is supposed to go for. But yeah, this is some solid magical girl fan service. I've enjoyed it. And I just like being reminded of Nanoha, honestly. Like, I feel like I've made a lot of mental investment into Nanoha for being a franchise that is so niche that it very rarely benefits me to know all that shit about it. But here we are. So alright, if anybody else wants me to read anything else, I'm gonna look through the chat, see what y'all have been talking about while I've been reading this manga. Amy is hoping that a sugar mommy will pay us to read the latest chapter of Chainsaw Man, so we've set the rate at $10 a chapter for manga. So, you know, if anybody wants to throw down. I hear that Denji gets sexually assaulted or something in the new chapter. Spoiler alert. That's what I've heard. So I don't know how true it is. You know, everybody has their own interpretations of what counts as sexual assault. I wonder exactly how intense it is. Watch a romance slice of life. I want to forget my problems with cartoons of unrealistic relationships between men and women.
Gotta pay money for that.
Gotta pay money.
Somebody's and then you can even pick the slice of life.
Somebody pay for Dido's slice of life. I like Skip and Loafer.
True.
People really lost their shit with the new Chainsaw Man chapter. It was enough to have it appear on my Grok trending. Oh wait, it's right here on screen. Chainsaw Man's... Wait, let's see how Grok describes this. This fucking dumbass AI that writes like garbage.
And AI doesn't write very well?
Chainsaw Man chapter drops bombshell. Fans react with shock and awe. The latest chapter of the manga series Chainsaw Man, released on June 4th, 2024, has sparked widespread reactions across social media platforms. Users expressed shock, confusion, and excitement over the chapter's unexpected content, with many sharing their disbelief and eagerness to discuss the chapter further. The overall sentiment was one of surprise and intrigue, with users engaging in a lively discussion about the chapter's unexpected twists and turns. That's an entire paragraph to say, like, a hype chapter of... That whole paragraph communicated to me exactly as much as just seeing the words Chainsaw Man in trending did. Like, if I see the words Chainsaw Man trending, my first thought is, new chapter came out where something crazy happened and everybody's hyped to talk about it. Like, that is implicit in the fact that it's trending. Having to break that down in a whole paragraph is just so extra. Well, I can't look at DMs on stream. This is foolish of me. I always end up going into my Twitter DMs every time I see a 1. Gotta learn to bring that off the screen. Mm-hmm. Only because people have asked me not to share their DMs. Otherwise, I would, because
silly
I don't give a shit. I can't
silly.
be on Facebook either. What am I thinking? Y'all, I get so easily distracted and go through the same rigmarole of sites that I'm used to clicking on.
Rigmarole. Baby.
Follow Shaith Artistry, SHATHE Artistry, Shaith Artistry. If you want to see more pages when they're posted, or just see more Nanoha fan art, people check that out. Shaith Artistry. Shah the Artistry. Okay, Shah the Artistry. Landon said, just got an ad, I'm calling the police. You need a second monitor? I have a second monitor. All of the stuff... Look, this is happening on my second monitor. This is happening on my second monitor. This is now happening on my second monitor. I just foolishly kept... I was just thinking, I gotta have a tab open on the main monitor so that I can, go watch whatever people tell me to watch. But then I just errantly start clicking through my usual sites because I have the computer open, and I have no particular direction of anything to do until somebody tells me they want me to watch something with money. So otherwise I'm just sort of wandering errantly. I got Wendy's What's the Cue? There's not one yet. Leaf Blady had us read a pretty good fan comic of Nanoha and Madoka combined. Will the Umineko reading ever go through? I think we're definitely going to do it eventually, but I don't think it's going to be soon. It's going to take some build-up. It's going to take some more energy in my spirit bomb, I need to take a lot of people on that adventure, is what I'm saying. Like, I don't want to do it.
That was a cash.
That sounded like it's a Venmo noise, actually.
What money?
Well, that's really cool that it makes a fun noise. Everybody do Venmo, because it makes a fun noise. Hey, it's Shaves! React to my Tears of the Kingdom video, or if you've already seen it, my favorite horror anime, which is 13 minutes. Have I seen your Tears of the Kingdom video? Let's find out. I cannot remember it off the top of my head, so I might not have seen it, but because I haven't played Tears of the Kingdom, but Bird has. So
I've played some of it. I have not.
Well, you played like a lot of it.
Yeah, I don't know. I think I got 3 of the Guardians or whatever they're called.
Everybody should be subscribed to Caribou-kun. Caribou-kun has clearly far fewer subscribers than deserved. Alright. Honestly, I'd be down to watch both of these videos. I don't even care. I like Caribou-kun. Fucking speed each one up and watch them both in the same 13 minutes. No. Let's watch the Tears of the Kingdom one first. And then,
maybe
if we find a break in the queue where nobody has paid me to watch anything after this, we're just gonna watch the other video also.
Babes.
That's fun. I like that.
Yeah, Shaves puts effort into his videos, unlike
It's
some
not hard
people.
to point at visual similarities and call them references.
I'm kidding. I know
Tears
you do.
isn't the first Zelda game featuring flight. Wind Waker originated the glider, which was more like falling with style. And in Skyward Sword, you could ride Loftwing birds and skydive, which is more like just falling. However, Tears doesn't just have gliders and skydiving. You can use ancient Zonai technology to craft your own planes, hot air balloons, and hover bikes. Building and riding your own flying machines is such a distinct thrill from just riding a bird or falling with style. This is something you made. I, for one, get much more emotionally invested in something I created than a tool I was given. And this mechanic in Tears is what draws this game closest to, well,
Move the microphone closer
flying
to us
machines
so I don't
are
have
one
to
of
mute
Hayao
us.
Miyazaki's most enduring features, including Nausicaa and Lapida. Not simply the act of flying, most of Miyazaki's flying machines, and Tears for that matter, are open air, so you can feel the wind and see how high up you are. The danger is always present, and that's what makes it so exciting. Contrast this with the Kolmikian airships, or Goliath in Lapida. They're always closed off, so the air feels stifled and dull. Exactly like a commercial aircraft. These are merely mechanical modes of travel. More importantly, though, the characters we see aren't even the ones piloting them. In Tears, it matters that you are the one steering and controlling the vehicle. Any mistakes or poor decisions are all on you. And the most thrilling open-air vehicles of Miyazaki's are all piloted directly by the characters we're following. It doesn't even matter how much verticality is present in Tears. The world is so big that flight becomes the de facto method of travel. And I was so daunted and excited to fly nearly every time. And that's not Tears' only link to Miyazaki's movies. I don't want to just point at Link's arm and call it a Mononoke reference. Their connection runs deeper than surface-level symbolism. This game feels like a Miyazaki movie. But more than that, several Miyazaki movies feel like Zelda games. And that's what I want to explore.
Okay. I already conceptually love this because something I don't know if this is exactly where you're going with this, but something that I've been really interested in lately is the back and forth influence of like legendary figures who are contemporary of one another, because it's like people tend to talk about stuff like, this band was influenced by, let's say for instance, like Muse was influenced by Radiohead, right? And so like it kind of forever puts them like in the category of being like the next generation, even though they're actually contemporary of one another. And there's little reason to think that Radiohead couldn't also have then taken influence from Muse, you know? Like, and I've seen, I don't know if that's a good example, but I have seen it happen. I wish I could think of more prominent examples, and especially in anime, I know there's plenty of times where, you know, creators are looking at one another's work. They're very much copying off of each other's papers,
copying off of papers is the entirety of animation. So it's pretty much taken for granted that if somebody figures out how to draw something, everyone else is going to try to learn how to do that too, you know? So I hope that's where this is going. God, I'm trying to think of another good example. Zelda and Souls games. That's what I wanted to. That's one I want to bring up, because obviously the Souls games are incredibly indebted to The Legend of Zelda, and then you boot up Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, and suddenly there's all of this Dark Souls DNA in it, and then you boot up Elden Ring, and suddenly there's all this Breath of the Wild DNA in it, and it's like, huh. Can't help but think that everybody who's like, well, you know, they say real true artists steal, you know, like geniuses are all looking at other geniuses and going, that's genius, you know, I'm gonna do that too. So yeah, it's
and dumb people are all looking at people that are smarter than them and going, I can't believe my students are this dumb. What's going on with all these students? Like, why are they so stupid?
We were in a fucking brewery earlier, and there was like 10 teachers
and they
who came up to the top floor where we were in. Yeah, trickling in one at a time, and they were literally like bragging about times that they like that their students were like being obnoxious, and they won arguments with them. Like they were literally bragging about how much better they are than the kids that they teach. It was sickening. I was like, this is why school shootings deserve to happen. Anyway, back to this video.
Maybe don't say things like that on YouTube.
Well,
my favorite part of
maybe
a
they
Zelda
shouldn't
game
say
is
stuff like
the
that in the
exploration.
bars.
Traversing
Maybe.
the world, discovering new areas and people, and uncovering the whole map piece by piece. Tears of the Kingdom was pretty much crack for people like me, where not only are there 3 maps where you could pretty much explore all of early on, but the depths in particular have 120 different points to activate in order to reveal the entire map. This was the first and only thing I did in the first 30 hours of playing. What made this even more addicting was how most of the depths is pitch black until you activate one of those points. So I didn't even know where I was going or what was in store for me. This morbid fascination I had
The
with
Beatles
the depths
and Beach Boys
reminded
influenced
me
one
of
another.
Nausicaa's
That's
introduction scene and
a
her
good
morbid
one.
fascination with the toxic jungle. Of course, it doesn't hurt that both the toxic jungle and the depths are stylistically almost identical. There's no edible food to be found in the depths, and when exposed to gloom, your hearts won't heal until you leave for the surface. Humans can't even breathe.
I gotta say, seeing this has made me want to play this game more than anything else that I've seen.
You didn't know about the depths?
No, I did not.
Oh yeah, it's so Tears of the Kingdom has like 3 different like levels of the world. There's the very high up, like old sky ruins of the Zonai, where you can get like launched up there and find old new Zonai devices which you can use to build cooler things and puzzles and challenges and stuff like that. There's the regular world where most of the story takes place, and then below everything there are just these big holes that seem to be dug by gloom, is what it's called. And you can just like fall down them and explore the depths.
Yeah.
And it's not fun. It's really hard.
I'm honestly shocked it took Zelda so long to do something like that, because I can't think of another Zelda game that has like a whole like biopunk underworld that's clearly based on Nazca. Dark Souls 1 has Ash Lake that is very obviously based on the Nazca like underworld, and it's like a super secret hidden level, and it's not very long, and it's not very gratifying other than just to see it and know that it exists. So the fact that there's like a more serious play area in this game that's like that
without a mask in the toxic
definitely
jungle.
intrigues me.
So Nausicaa has to come up for air eventually too, and yet she and myself
And
playing
yet,
Link can't help but be
highly agree, Nino, who said the weirdest thing that Zelda ever gave us is the open world gacha genre, because you know what's it, Genshin Impact is just Breath of the Wild, like
Oh yeah.
barely reskinned. And now there's that new one that I know.
Honkai Star Rail.
No, another Nino's addicted to the new one that's from literally the same team as Genshin.
Was
It's
Honkai Star Rail
Wuthering Waves? I don't
Oh.
think so. Wuthering Waves.
Wuthering Waves.
Yeah, that's the new
Alright.
one.
I
Drawn
know
back
Kale
in over
likes,
and over again. It creates this
Genshin.
amazing.
Yeah.
Or likes, who knows.
Can't help but be drawn back in over and over again. It creates this amazing juxtaposition of being totally in love and unafraid of this savage, unfriendly, scary, dangerous world. None of Miyazaki's anime feature any maps. The Nausicaa manga certainly does, but it's not a component of his anime language, because he does such a good job mapping it all out for you. Trixie has an old but gold video
Whoa!
about
Oh my
Spirited
god,
Away
it's
and how-
me! I got mentioned! This is gonna be
Is
about...
this actually about... Is he talking about you right now, or is he talking about a character named Trixie?
No, he's talking about my old video about how Hayao Miyazaki maps a setting by
Go shapes.
having characters move in the same direction, like between shots, so that you can like literally follow exactly where they are, and like you know the whole place because you've seen them transpire it.
Miyazaki maps a setting, and it applies to most of his movies. The camera sticks with the hero as often as possible,
He's gonna
tracking
say
them through
also.
the area with
I didn't
clear
need to explain
direction
that.
and some distance away from the camera for the audience to see everything. From the moment Patsu and Shita wake up in his house to the moment they're separated over 25 minutes later, the audience almost always knows exactly where they are and which way they're going. It seems obvious to point this out, but this is literally the basics of not just Zelda games, but most video games. And
Yeah.
it's not just an important functional choice, but an appealing one. This character tracking is what really makes games interactive. It's not simply a ride on rails. You make the journey yourself. In a strange way, despite being a passive experience, Miyazaki makes his movies so engaging with this technique. His films somehow feel interactive. When Patsu and Shita are later exploring the titular castle, it's almost like we are exploring it along with them. Because I was recording game footage.
I do feel strangely like there's a lot of stuff I see in anime and I go, I wish there was a video game there so I could walk around that place. Like with Castle in the Sky, you do feel like you walked around that place. So I totally get what you mean. And I've actually played some video games where you don't get that feeling because it's actually so limited what space you can actually walk on. Like I've seen games that are clearly using Laputa as an influence for an environment and like just totally underselling like how nice it would be to just hang out there and walk around and get to look at everything. They're just using it as like a level, you know? So yeah.
This video, I played in pro mode for much of my playthrough, which made the land of Hyrule feel even bigger than it already is. I don't speak for most players, but I can imagine some of them feeling daunted or bored with the idea of prolonged, repetitive traveling. Not just with Tears or Breath of the Wild, but Wind Waker as well, or even Ocarina of Time. The Ocarina map is pretty tiny in comparison, but I'm sure all of us still spammed the A button rolling around so we can get to
That's
where
'cause
we're
it's
going
so
just a little
satisfying,
bit
though.
faster. This is a feature, not a bug.
Yes, it's a feature because yeah, they always make it so constant engagement will make the game slightly more satisfying. I think that's why because almost all the Zelda games do this, where like it's slightly faster to roll instead of just walking. And so you find yourself just being more engaged with the game even when you're just traveling because you're constantly doing something. I feel like that's in there for those of us with ADHD, you know, and trouble staying attentive to something unless it's always doing something. And of course, if you have the really severe ADHD or you're like a speedrunner, you get to the realization that it's actually faster in Ocarina of Time to side jump. So or backwards jump. So like most of the time if you're watching speedrun videos, you're watching people do that like constant staggered side jump. I got addicted to doing side flips and back flips in that game. The controls are just so satisfying. And I don't think every Zelda game has taken a somewhat different approach to the controls. And I still think that like Ocarina has the most satisfying just baseline movement. Breath of the Wild is close, but it doesn't let you just like do standing backflips, you know? So it's not quite there.
I think about the travel montage early in Princess Mononoke, showing Ashitaka's journey away from his village. It's just a few scenes, but takes up a whole
I don't think
minute.
it lets you do
and
standing
we aren't
backflips.
told how far
Forgive me
or
if that's
how long
incorrect.
he travels. Now, Miyazaki is smart to have this montage set in between the inciting incident and a cool action scene, and the Tears of the Kingdom director, Fujibayashi, isn't foolish enough to make these Zelda maps totally barren. But the simple choice of making these worlds so big that it takes time and effort to travel gives the audience that breathing room to be in the moment, that time to absorb their surroundings, to enjoy the ride and not ask, are we there yet? It really is the necessary tissue that connects the viewer to the experience, and also, to give more credit to Mononoke, to revel in the majesty of our natural world. Zelda has always been a series inseparable from nature. For its entire history, the franchise has always taken place in a vast natural setting, full of...
No joke, you would not believe how much of the first year of me and Bird traveling around the country that most of what came out of my mouth was, this is just like Breath of the Wild.
Yeah.
This place is like Breath of the Wild. Oh man, I wish I could run up that in Breath of the Wild. Oh, Breath of the Wild needs a location like this.
People that made Breath of the Wild must have come to the United States to have made this.
Yes, like whoever designed that level of Breath of the Wild was definitely here. Or it was me going, I wish this would be an Elden Ring. Oh, I hope this is going to be an Elden Ring.
different terrains, locations, and weather, even when the series introduces some sort of technology, which is especially dominant in Tears. It always plays second fiddle to the unrelenting forces of nature. I think my favorite...
Actually, one of the biggest things that intrigues me about Tears of the Kingdom as well, especially seeing it in this video, is how much less it looks like the real world. Because, like, Breath of the Wild felt like epic when I was playing it, but then when I went to, like...
I got a wheezing.
Nice.
Look at him.
You can't see that
well,
at all. We gotta get closer.
He's a wheezing. Yeah, it's not working, sorry.
The OLED is too bright. Anyway, every America must be based on Breath of the Wild. Every time I would see something that looked like Breath of the Wild in real life, but it's like actually real life is just so much bigger. Like video games just still aren't at the level of capturing the scale of how fucking big that is, like to encounter real mountains and shit. But the fact that this game has like more of a fantastical, broken up, weird setting means it's not trying to compete with real life in that same level.
The favorite scene from Lapida is when the villain Mushka forces his way into the futuristic throne room, the control center for the whole castle, and it's totally overgrown with weeds and vines. None of it actually stops Mushka. It just inconveniences and annoys him. But it's a quiet reminder of who's really in charge of the place. Nature doesn't have to be sentient or overly oppressive to make its presence felt. Tears of the Kingdom gives you a lot of power and control, introducing all these Zonai devices to be used as vehicles, tools, and weapons. But very few of those are going to save you from falling off a sky island, just as how Miyazaki makes you feel the height of Lapida. No matter how strong you become in the game, you can't just do whatever you want. It's a realistically natural world, as well as a fantastical one. The physics and chemistry engine of Tears is as impressive as it is unrelenting. Rain, lightning, wind, fire, temperature, gravity, your own stamina, none of them might be enough to stop you on their own, but their presence is always felt. Oftentimes nature is at the center of a Zelda game's story. A great flood, a scramble of the seasons, two worlds converging on one another, such is the case with Tears and the Great Upheaval, which contorts the land of Hyrule and plagues its regions with unnatural phenomena. Miyazaki is famous for his environmental themes, but how those ideas directly impact the story is just as important as the message behind it, because otherwise, what's the point? Why should you care? These worlds are all
trying
fiction.
to kill trees.
So to get you to care about what's happening to this forest or whatever, he connects you with the characters that this forest matters to. Miyazaki goes the extra mile in Princess Mononoke to not simply give you one side, but several perspectives, a whole town's worth. It's the people's relationship with nature that carry Miyazaki's messages about nature. When Link successfully cleanses each region of Hyrule, it's not just, oh, nature is healing. You see the characters that this tangibly helps. You don't just want to save the land of Hyrule for its natural beauty, though even that would be enough. You're saving this world for the lives that thrive within it. This might be the simplest reason why Ghibli movies feel like Zelda games, and vice versa. They both embrace the essence of life, both nature and humanity, which also means an understanding of death. The death of an empire, the death of a god, the death of a single life. Nausicaa's
Ripen
world
Disease
is on
said
the edge of
YouTube
death.
won't let me send a super
1,000
chat. Keeps
years
telling me
since
to
the collapse of
edit
industry.
my message and won't send. And then said see message in chat, dog. Well, you can just send the link if it's just not letting you say like the name of the thing you're trying to recommend or you're trying to send a link. But whatever the problem is, just go over to Twitter or I guess just type it in the chat without the super chat and I'll read your chat. Just, I see that you have sent the money. I have affirmed this. I just need to know what I'm watching on the basis of it. I'm also going to read a little bit more of the chat here for a second before I get distracted by it and stop paying attention to the video. Okay.
Industrialized
An
civilization.
inconvenient anime.
And while Zelda
Alright,
has
no
never been
problem.
quite
I
so
got you.
blatantly apocalyptic, it has brushed with disaster. While these ancient robots in the floating islands seem to most obviously appear to be Lapida references, the more you play Tears of the Kingdom, I found that their actual place in the game feels most like Nausicaa. The Zonite constructs that are programmed to attack quote-unquote trespassers function similarly to the Ohm of the Toxic Jungle, albeit not as big and immediately threatening. The Ranger constructs, however, are almost all found in the depths, still inhabiting these abandoned refineries with statues guiding you to each one. Despite all appearances, this underground world is not just a dark wilderness.
Endemic
There's
Lullaby,
coliseums, mines,
I have read your previous
factories,
super chat. Sorry, I didn't read it out loud.
and
I'm
even
waiting
on the
for this-
Sky Islands.
I'm typically waiting for whatever I'm consuming to be over before I read the next super chat about the thing I'm going to watch next. I know you cashapped a link to a 23-minute video about philosophy, which you know is not what I react to usually, but maybe it will add to the reaction. I've got it. It's on the list. That's why I needed the list.
The Ranger constructs are still alive, working because that's what life does. The Toxic Jungle is not just a poisonous wilderness. Slowly and unbeknownst to everyone, it's working to purify itself of the poisonous soil underneath the surface, fighting, living in the face of death. I think a major reason why Nausicaa is my favorite movie of Miyazaki's, as well as the reason Tears has become my favorite Zelda game, both have to do with something about myself. While I'm not constantly staring death in the face or anything, I think our attitudes are similar. I'm the kind of person who burns my candle at both ends. I can do both, or all three or four. That's how I like to do things. When everything's happening at
Feel
once
that,
is when I
James.
feel the most alive. Nausicaa loves her valley, and the jungle that threatens it, equally. The film is
I know
about
exactly
her
what you're
struggle
talking
in
about.
choosing to stand up for both. It's a bit of a joke, probably not exclusive to Zelda, but it's funny how this dire crisis of Hyrule is all up to you to fix. And yet you can spend all the time you want
Grow
not
another
dealing
wick
with
just
that
to
at
have
all.
more to burn.
Exploring, or collecting, or fighting, or
I thought you were
cooking,
trying
or
to get rid of
building,
your
or
wick.
writing, or solving other people's problems, instead of saving the world. Or perhaps as a means of saving the world. Eventually. I can do
Oh, no need to apologize for the interruption. You interrupted with money. It's a nice interruption. I just had to be sure I made sure you
both,
I saw
or
you.
5, or 10, or 120. I think the freedom, the agency, the courage, the potential foolishness to do everything that we want, everything that we can, the choice to burn both ends of the candle.
That's life. That's life.
Crying dragon. Wait a minute, those were the tears of the kingdom.
Whoa!
The real tears were in the dragon all along. Great video, Shapes. It made me want to play that video game. That's for sure. Like I knew I'd probably play it eventually, but
Well, I'm basically playing Pokemon Tears of the Kingdom right now.
Which Pokemon is that?
Violet.
It's true. That's another place where the influence of Breath of the Wild was like immediate. Pokemon just suddenly transformed overnight. Alright, well, obviously that took a lot more than 13 minutes because we kept pausing to talk about it. So maybe we'll watch that other video later. And in the meantime, we've got Anthemic Lullaby's video up next, which I have to type in the URL here. https:// uta.be /KXZHCCSAY9I SI equals jock, where it's a lowercase j and then uppercase OCK followed by an A, 1 ZYD GIF, but all caps. No cap on that last F. And then, do the caps matter for these? VEED.
Yes, they do.
Okay. We did it, gang. They lose on niche. Oh, niche, rather. Against the dialectic. This is gonna be heavy. I can already tell this is gonna be heavy. I'm digging the music, though. I like this weird-ass intro. Let's see if my brain can comprehend whatever this video is about. Difference. Is that the channel? Difference? Plastic Pills Podcast, Plastic Pills. Okay, so Plastic Pills is their whole thing.
Deleuze on Nietzsche. Nietzsche is one of Deleuze's favorite philosophers. Probably number 2 on the list. First, definitely Spinoza.
I'm digging the editing style of this so
There's
far.
also another type of guy whose favorite philosopher, second favorite philosopher, is Nietzsche. We're gonna call him Greg. Greg's male, 20, and he's watched a.
I gotta
YouTube
say,
video.
this is a good way to get me to instantly relate to whoever you're talking about, is to show me their favorites list. It's just like, yeah, this guy's favorite philosopher, this guy's second favorite philosopher, or no, both their second favorite. Both their second favorite philosophers are Nietzsche, and he's got a literal 1, 2, 3 for each of them. Spinoza, Nietzsche, Bergson, Peterson, Nietzsche, Durden. None of those, besides Nietzsche, do I have any idea who they are.
Wow, I thought you were a
His favorite
philosopher.
I don't know
philosopher,
fucking
second favorite
shit about
philosopher is
philosophy.
Nietzsche. We're gonna call him Greg. Greg's male, 20, and he's watched a few YouTube videos on Nietzsche, listened to some lectures, maybe read
Okay,
some
so this
books,
guy's not a
maybe
real
even
guy,
read a
or
book.
he is, but
Greg sees
an
himself
archetype.
in Nietzsche's writings. When Nietzsche talks about his brilliance going unrecognized, when he talks about the rest of people being herd animals, and when Nietzsche describes the difficult road that those with great intellect are forced to walk alone. This effused 20-year-old believes he's reading about.
so this is the Fight Club.
I walk a lonely
fan
road,
guy.
the only road that Nietzsche's ever known.
Really entirely wrong. He's kind of whiny, misogynistic, self-indulgent some of the time. And second, Greg, virtually every Nietzsche video on this platform is made for you already. It's out there. It's almost a safe space, you could say. Look, a new Zack Snyder movie's out. That takes care of the Greg problem. Don't feel too bad. He'll be back.
This guy has a real bone to pick with Greg. I feel like there is gotta be one or two very, like,
very specific people who must have who Greg must be in reference to, right? Because anytime somebody creates like a stereotypical straw man, but then puts so many specifics into it, I'm like, okay, who are you talking about though? Like, you must be talking about someone. You must know some specific person who fits all, who's like a Nietzsche fan, who loves Zack Snyder, who like, maybe he's seen a ton of them. Maybe this really is that big of an archetype. But when you get into that many specifics, I'm just like, okay, but like, I just think it hits harder if you pick a real person. You know, like if I use Jeremy the Quartering as my like example of just like a dumbass, grifting, right-wing, transphobe, you know, nonsense peddler. Anyway.
In a couple years, when he grows up. If. To the business then. In the 20th century, there were a lot of heralds of what we call the end of metaphysics.
The end of metaphysics.
A line that we can trace from Heidegger to post-structuralists, and even, and I don't use this word flippantly or often, postmodernism. See, this is why we had to get rid of Greg first. Now, Deleuze is
Okay,
not
I can
on the
appreciate that.
metaphysics
I
train,
can
and
appreciate
he does
that.
this by rereading philosophers, not to criticize or poke holes. He does read selectively, though. That's why his Nietzsche is so much different
Landon
than
said,
Greg's
"Is this
was.
guy
But
cosplaying
Nietzsche,
me,
he offers-
calling the police again?" He doesn't look that much like you.
He doesn't look anything like you, Landon.
My first thought was fucking, oh god, Seamus McKillen. No, what's his name? The douchebag. You know,
Conor McGregor?
no, the real the podcast man of a million names. I'm trying to think of
Oh, Patrick Michael.
Patrick Michael. That's his best known name. I don't think that's his real name, right? Patrick Michael. He's got like a billion
Patty
names.
Brokenskull.
Patty Brokenskull.
Seamus McKillian, I
Seamus
think his
McKillian.
name is. There's a lot. There's a lot of
The
names.
man of a million names.
The man of a million podcasts.
He kind of looks like this, but douchier. This guy looks like he's like has intelligence. He looks like an intelligent version of Patrick Michael.
An interpretation that's decidedly metaphysical, one which forms the basis for his own metaphysics, Deleuzian metaphysics. Now, once for all, Deleuze reads the way he wants to read. If a philosopher writes one interesting thing and four uninteresting, problematic, or reactionary things, he'll discuss the one and forget the four. I think we all have something to learn from that method. Philosophers pan for gold in order to produce, but those who criticize without creating, those who are content to defend a vanished concept without being able to give it the forces it needs to return to life, are the plague of philosophy. All these debaters and communicators are inspired by ressentiment, plague of philosophy. That's like all of philosophy. Okay, that's like any discipline or political campground. Let me bring that up one more time. Those who criticize without creating, those who are content to defend the vanished concept without being able to give it the forces it needs to return to life, are the plague of philosophy.
The one you like.
All these debaters and
Hatterene.
communicators are inspired by ressentiment. In case you were wondering, I just wanted to let that sink in. Yep. So this is a selective reading of Nietzsche. But as it happens, it's also the best reading of Nietzsche. A little biased. Every other one turns him into some angsty, inspirational, quote-giving, transcendental romantic or whatever. But Deleuze is always selective, key, and he criticizes in order to create. Now that doesn't mean he's saying don't be critical. He's saying don't be a priggish cop about it. He's saying pan the gold and toss out the sand. But he's critical too, especially of the big D dialectic, and he picks this up. So here, anti-Hegelianism runs through Nietzsche's work as its cutting edge. So we know where we stand. And all right, I said this was a metaphysical reading of Nietzsche. It's also Deleuze's metaphysics, or a lot of it. My last video on Deleuze was about how to get a politics out of him with Guattari, but this concerns what reality is. So we're gonna do the plastic pills thing with the moving diagrams to explain the number one term, difference. A
Landon, I
fundamental
told you
feature
you were
of
bisexual.
reality itself. Time for metaphysics. I'm a little worried about this, I gotta say. I guess we'll see. You're about to get a metaphysics lecture from a YouTuber with a backwards hat on. And how did this happen? Well, maybe it's time to rethink a few things. I'll own it. I'll own it. Snap back metaphysics. New thing. To intro this a bit reductively, there are two types of philosophy for Deleuze. Major philosophy in major literatures, and minor philosophy in minor literatures. He prefers, no surprise, minor philosophy because major philosophy has been captured by the state and sometimes unwittingly defends it by creating limits in thought that supposedly can't be transgressed. Nietzsche, Bergson, Whitehead count as minor, and Deleuze likes them especially because they emphasize process and emergence of things, not things in themselves or some special substance or idea that makes a thing a thing. His philosophy is a philosophy of process and difference, not of things and identities. I'll give you this case, his case, so you can try to figure out where you stand. All right, we all know what a difference is, even if we don't know this philosophical usage. We got one thing, and we have another thing, and if you compare them, in this case with your eyeballs, there's a difference. If a thing just is what it is, it's the same as itself. So this circle with an A in it represents thing
Tautology.
A, and thing A is the same as all
More
other
like
thing A's.
tidology.
Not in every way.
Hell yeah.
Like these have different positions, for example. But with respect to the qualities that make them thing A, then they're the same. This is known as the law of identity. A man is a man, and a man is not a woman, but a woman is a woman. And all men are men, and all women are women. The difference between them just
Saying that
happens
kind of
to
stuff during
exist.
Pride Month, man.
This is more or less how logic works up to Hegel. Some things are the same as other things, some things are different from other things, and all things are the same as the thing that they are. And their identity is found in what they are. So how could something be different from itself?
Lapusha sent
If it were
Australian
different from
$10
itself,
and
it
just like
wouldn't be
a
itself. It would
absolutely
be
losing
something
its
else.
shit.
Lapusha is
Right?
probably once again trying to
Well,
recommend us something that
Hegel-
it might be murder
Hegel
drones,
does
honestly.
logic. A big book of
YouTube
it, which
only
you
letting you
read
send
like
stickers
4
again.
times.
Is this about
His
murder
problem
drones?
with A just being A is
It would
that
be in
any
the
thing
chat,
that's a thing
whatever
also exists
they're
in
trying to
time,
get us
even
to
the
watch.
time it takes you to think of the thing. So ideas are things, but not
They just showed
self-identical
up,
things.
so-
There's difference inside them. Yet despite these
Gordon,
differences, we can
man.
still call things things. So like pure being and pure nothing look like opposites, but they're actually contained in each other dialectically, yada yada yada. We're gonna try to do this graphically instead. Not confident, but we're gonna try. You've probably heard this: thesis, antithesis,
Just,
synthesis.
Replace all
That's
of
dumb.
the
Okay,
letters
not
with
good.
like
That isn't Hegel's
symbols.
dialectic. A. B. It assumes these weird opposites just fly in at each other and meet randomly. And C.
Use
it
leet
makes
speak.
It sound like these are three
I
separate
speak
positions
leet.
posited here. I don't want to hear that shit no more. The point of the dialectic is that ideas, theses, positions necessarily include self-difference, and they aren't just opposites. You can know through the process of thought that they were already, in the first case, each other's
Oh
flip
man,
side.
hold
So in
on.
this case,
Holding.
I'm sorry. Lapusha just said I don't know what leet speak is, and it made me feel really
Jesus
old.
Christ.
This is the original internet language. This is how we all wrote back in the 90s. I guess it just started in the 80s. Jesus Christ, I didn't know it went back so far. The motto for Mega Tokyo has always been "Relax, we understand you," which is how you write "you" in leet speak. You've seen Airplane, right? You know the
I speak jive.
You speak jive. This is that in Mega Tokyo with lead speak. This guy's going to pain. Sir, are you all right? Do you need a doctor? I need help. I'm sorry, I don't. I need you to get the doctor. Gats the doctor. I got some bad pain in my chest. I need my pills. Does anyone here speak Lee? Yo. It took me back a long, long way. That's like a 20-year-old fucking webcomic. Endemic Lullaby says, sorry, the video is boring or too dense. No, it's fine. It's not that it's especially dense as much as it is that it's high concept. I'm gonna go back a bit though, because I did get distracted by chat there for a second, because I saw Leaf Blady saying that they sent another Cash App request, so I'm gonna add that to the queue real quick. For my OCs or to watch those weird dragon names on YouTube. What do you mean by for my OCs? Like to look at your OCs or like review your OCs? Otherwise, we could watch those weird dragon names. I don't know what that is, but I'll write you in.
You should definitely set up Streamlabs before the next stream you do like this.
I agree. Although I do love, I don't know if Streamlabs is also like a direct immediate deposit like this is.
I don't know.
I hope so.
I just think Venmo and Cash App will eventually think
Because,
it's suspicious.
Oh yeah, that might be true. All I know is this way makes me very happy because, again, unlike with Super Chats, I can have this money in like 3 days as opposed to in fucking a month and a half. It won't let the wheat speed pop up.
Well,
I'm surprised it
what
won't
are
let
you
you
trying to
type
say?
anything. Wait, it says watch Jeremy the Quartering's 3 Black Dads video.
It doesn't. It's not a.
Yeah, I see that. If that's what you're talking about, I see watch Jeremy the Quartering's 3 Black Dads video.
What?
How do we find that? What do we have to type to find that? If I just type Jeremy the Quartering's 3 Black Dads video, will that come up? I gotta add this to the queue. Hold on, this goes before Leaf because you sent that super chat first. Okay, let's finish this. Deluge. I'm saying that right? Deluge on Nietzsche. It's Deluge and Nietzsche. I know I've heard him say it a few times now. Probably, I'll just wait till he says it again. I assume he says it. You sent your Cash App earlier, you think? Are you that worried about it? Are you on a time crunch? We can do yours first if you're on a time crunch.
As the thing that they are, and their identity is found in what they are. So how could something be different from itself? Because if it were different from itself, it wouldn't be itself. It would be something else, right? Well, Hegel does logic. A big book of it, which you
Probably
wrote
going
like
to bed
4
in an
times.
hour, not too extreme.
His problem with A just being A is that
Okay.
anything that's a thing also exists in time. Even the time it takes you to think of the
You
thing.
sent the OCs
so
on Twitter.
Ideas are things, but not
We'll do your
self-identical
OCs after this
things. There's
video so that you can go to
difference
bed.
inside
Landon, I just got a
Despite
Amanda
these
buzz.
differences, we can still call things things. So like pure being and pure nothing look like opposites, but they're actually contained
I'm gonna name
in
it
each
Landon.
other dialectically, yada yada yada. We're gonna try to do this graphically instead. Not confident, but we're gonna try. You've probably heard this: thesis, antithesis, synthesis, and that's dumb. Okay, not good. That isn't Hegel's dialectic. A. B. It assumes these weird opposites just fly in at each other and meet randomly. And C. It makes it sound like these are 3.
I'm really glad he's saying this, by the way. I don't know if he's just saying like this whole entire concept is bunk, but I've always thought it sounded dumb. And fucking Econ used to get all mad at me like, you need to have the synthesis.
Whoa.
You have a thesis and no antithesis. It's just like,
3 separate
are
positions.
you trying to say that my Econ voice is racist?
Yes.
I wasn't even cranking it up that badly. It could be much worse. Econ's got a voice where when he speaks Chinese, he's got like a deep, serious, cool guy voice. But when he speaks English, he sounds very particular. Well, I'm doing snob. I can't do it without doing snob.
Positive here. I don't
Or
want to hear that
really
shit no
racist
more.
Chinese
The point of the
accent.
dialectic is that ideas, theses, positions necessarily include self-difference, and they aren't just opposites. You can know through the process of thought that they were already. In the first
Naito
case,
said I can do
flip
Econ's voice
side.
fluently. I
So in this
absolutely
case,
believe that.
Contradictions constitute the same thing. History. You do have a thesis. I'll give you that one. Trying to hold a thesis, though, results in contradictions as you keep holding the position, because the world changes. These contradictions or internal differences appear as the idea encounters that world in time, in history. They don't come from outside somewhere else, from some other. Now, as this dialectic goes on, you realize that actually the contradiction could be one position if you had thought your first idea better. But then with this better idea, now there's new contradictions that show up, and on it goes. In some, reality's messy, so contradictions that necessarily appear in the real world. The real world's not ideal, and ideas come into the world. An imperfect idea of freedom contains certain contradictions that become more obvious. Those contradictions are overcome in a better idea of freedom, which also then proves to be imperfect, and history keeps going, and the idea of freedom itself gets more free. By the way, another wrong idea. Just because you have a better concept of freedom doesn't mean that everybody holds to that concept all the time and that the actual world only ever progresses until it's done. But you measure the progress by the idea that you have at a given time, whether history is progressing or regressing. Now, there's a whole bunch of boring academic debates about whether or not Hegel was right about this, whether it's logic or something else.
Boring
And
video
where
on
specifically the
YouTube.
dialectic applies.
I was just thinking, what I like about this guy, aside from the piercing glare that is, he's got the Jeremy the Quartering's intense, pretty owl face, but while I'm actually talking about something, which helps a lot. But aside from that, just the right level of like being deliberately a douchebag, like being like condescending, but in a way where it's like he actually is saying really complicated stuff, so if he wasn't condescending about it, I probably would be having a hard time keeping up with what he's saying. But he's like, look, I know I have to condescend to you in order for you to understand this, so I'm going to, like, all right, I can accept that.
Logicians say it's outdated, for example, and while some Hegelians try to defend it as logic, most Hegelians say, okay, it may not be the best as logic, but we can use it for other stuff, especially historical concepts such as freedom. Like, one really famous guy bastardized the dialectic and used it to show that there's a contradiction between the idea of freedom and the actual conditions to produce freely. Freedom's not yet free until you overcome that contradiction between your belief that you're free and what you're actually able to do.
Like you.
Sounds okay. Oh, wait, though. Thesis, antithesis, synthesis is a Hegel legend fabricated by Marx. Brutal simplifications are Marxistic specialties. Okay, let's just say the Hegelians take Hegel really seriously. I'm moving on, though. Can I say that? Yeah, I'm moving on. Yeah. So, we have
Snap
old
back
philosophies. There are things, accidental difference. We have dialectical philosophy. Things become more themselves eventually. Relative difference.
Somebody said
there's
I'm making
always-
Bird jealous the way I keep going on about the nickeling. And I just thought the name the nickeling was pretty funny. For what it's worth, I would not fuck Jeremy the Quartering, except in the mouth. But I would rather... I mean, I think I described this on stream one time. I said that if I was taking it from Bird and watching Jeremy take it across the table, that's the ultimate, because I want to watch him try to pretend he's not enjoying it. I want to watch him try to maintain that, like, steely, like, I'm a hard ass, I'm cool, like, look.
You say steely Dan.
And then I want to see the moment that as he's doing it, he finally, like, and that's when I'll be like, aha, motherfucker, I knew it. You gay.
Jesus Christ.
difference. But
He's not gay until that moment. He can be taking it in the ass, but as long as he doesn't admit that it's a good time, it's not gay yet. As soon as he makes that groan, I just want to see the moment he realizes, fuck it, I'm gay. Like, I can't.
But differences have a purpose, to be sublated, overcome, Finished off. Deleuze, Nietzsche's difference is different. That is pure difference. But for Nietzsche, the whole reduction of the world to logic or whatever is just something that humans do to believe they know and understand it. It's conceited. And anyway, negations don't really exist in nature. They only exist in the imposition of logic. These are values. The difference between a fact and a value, a factual judgment, value judgment, is that a fact ostensibly has value objectively, outside of the act of valuing. And you need God for that. Now God's dead. There's only value. And value is an act of creation.
Negent, not negent.
Of will to power. So things are not just...
I did not think your name was a racial slur. But, yeah, I just wouldn't have realized it was negent.
Things, they are moments of value. And values are always different. Hegel got that. But what Hegel got wrong for Deleuze is that there's only an A and a not A. The problem with this is that difference is relative. Difference appears only so that it can disappear. The dialectician doesn't permit it to stick around. He negates all opposition. And that's state philosophy. For Deleuze, that's the mistake. There are many forces, okay? Virtually infinite forces. There are bodies, desires, existing things, evolving things, all striving to exist. Enough stuff is going on that pluralism sometimes appears to be dialectical. But this is the exception, not the rule. It only looks like that if you start out assuming that the whole world's dialectical. To the dialectician, everything looks like the dialectic. Okay, so I've been using this word a lot lately, feels like. Zizek, Lacan, Hegel all deploy it differently.
I think it's very easy to get obsessed with playing with a philosophical toy. It's something I've had a big problem with throughout my history, and is like, I like using broad metaphors that not everyone can understand that I'm using them metaphorically. So for instance, for a while I got really hooked on autism as like, I'm going to compare everything to autism. I'm going to always be talking about the strata of autism, you know? And then like that obsession led into the whole neurotyping thing, and for a while that was the framework. And like, we just got Uyu 150. Hi, is this enough for a coffee? I guess I'll find out. I don't know what Uyu is. I have never seen your currency before. Prita, thank you very much. I assume that's how I pronounce that. Or Prita? Pritah. Let me look up what Uyu 150 is. $3.87. Yeah, that's enough for a coffee. Thank you very much. That's more than enough, actually. You could buy half a bag of coffee with that. We do be Bird buys coffee from someone at his work who makes their own, roasts their own. How does he
roasts their own?
Roast his own coffee. Drinking that now to stay awake for this fucking stream. Thank you very much. Okay. Uwu is currency. If I goblin brain for not knowing what the fuck this guy is talking about, look, I'm only like bits and pieces of. The way I would put it is, whenever he describes like what a sentence of the thing he's talking about means, I'm like, okay, I get that. It's the overarching argument or like. The trouble I always have with people when they talk about philosophy is they talk about the philosophers. And in order to understand what any fucking particular philosopher is on about, you kind of have to know the philosopher. I understand this applies to me as well. Some people consider me a philosopher. Other people have no idea what the fuck I am talking about, because you have to kind of grasp the coded language that these people speak in. They all are using language, again, just metaphors, just abusing metaphors, just really abusing metaphors is like a core tenet of philosophy. And so you'll have words like that, like he's saying about dialectic. Like, you come up with this idea of like a cycle, and then you start recognizing that cycle everywhere, and it's like, well, you can apply that to everything, but you can also apply a lot of different philosophical theories to everything. And so when you get too obsessed in one category, like I was with autism for a while, or God, I know there was something before that. I've had a few of these like lenses that I start applying to everything because I learn about it, I figure out how I can talk about this thing in a way that intrigues me, and then I just go on and on and on. Otaku Hero's Journey, yes, that's a good one. That's a great one. Like, got into my head of like noticing particularly the duo, the mad scientist slash Otaku Hero combination. The idea that there's like this deuteragonist structure that appears a lot of one person who has like infinite ideas and another person who is just like a calculator that figures out how those ideas work. I became super fascinated with that, especially because I kind of see that as what like a metaphor for the two halves of your brain. Like the logical and the emotional part, the one that has ideas and the one that justifies ideas. Like, that metaphor I was really obsessed with for a couple of years. But like now I've gotten to a point where I think I've just collected so many metaphors. Like, I can bring these out at a given time and talk about them, but nothing feels like true in that like all gripping way where it's like, oh, I can apply this to literally all circumstances and I can live my life around this concept. Like, as soon as you start doing that, you start bending all of reality to fit your concept, and like other people aren't going to do that. Like, nobody's going to participate in that with you. Maybe a few people who like kind of get what you're saying, but it's going to mean something different to all of them, I guess what I feel like I'm missing from this video so far is specifically why this guy is bringing all this up. Like, it feels so scatterbrained, going between all these quotes these philosophers said about one another and then explaining like what they mean. I'm just waiting for like, yeah, okay, what are you trying to say, buddy? Like, what are you trying to say about this? That's where I haven't quite gotten to. And I suspect it will take the whole fucking video because that's how philosophy stuff tends to be. So, I'm not going to act like I understand everything he's saying so far, but I think it will come together. I suspect by the end I will have some sense of what the fuck he was trying to say. We'll find out. Do I remember the third Otaku Hero you posted about the Hand of God? I don't. Remind me about that. You posted about where? Where did you post about it? Like on Twitter or on like a Twitlonger? Do you have a blog? Like a written blog that I don't know about?
Who?
Nino.
Oh, I don't know. I know Amy does. I thought that might have been who's talking.
No, on Twitter a while ago. No, I do not remember this. At me about it.
So now we're going to see what Deleuze and Guattari confront negation, dialectics, psychoanalysis. In the same way, Nietzsche confronts Hegel. And in Nietzsche, the essential relation of one force to another is never conceived of as a negative element in the essence. In its relation with the other force, which makes itself obeyed, it does not deny the other or that which it is not. It affirms its own difference. I'm
just because I'm distracted by the thought now. Like, I like the idea of adding a third to that because I do think I consider, after I was obsessed with the whole, like, two halves of the brain as a metaphor, I realized, like, the body itself I think of as, like, the third chunk, particularly your gut. Like, the biome of your gut does a lot more to your decision making and like the way that you think than people give credit to, so like Dino's like, wait, let me come on, I don't have it set up to let you do that. You can explain it for 5 minutes. Make a video, goddammit. Just make a video. I will watch the video on my next stream and then you can... Let's do this in a way that makes you money or something. Like, I don't have a way to... I guess I could do Discord. We are doing desktop audio, so he would just come through.
I guess I'm mostly worried about the playback, but we've been playing videos with the mic on anyways, and nobody's been complaining about the audio, so it's probably not a problem.
I don't know.
Alright, he's calling me.
Bass.
Can you hear me? Can I hear you? I don't hear him.
No, I can't hear Nino.
Let me set up, make sure my fucking my settings make sense. How about now? Jimmy, you hear me?
I can hear you, yeah.
Hey,
can you hear
we
me?
can hear you too, yes. What
Yeah,
is
you can
up?
hear me? Alright. So I won't take long.
Alright.
So
Famous
there's
last
two
words.
there's two components you wrote, right? The hand of God, no, sorry. The living computer and the mad scientist. Those are the
Yes.
two components you had. The third I had, because this is something that happens more often than not in a lot of otaku stories. There's the hand of God.
Mhm.
The hand of God, like you said, that's the physical component. See, you've got the living computer who can basically like take all the reality of the world and run it through their cynical perspective and try and bring an outcome. You've got the mad scientist who takes the reality of the world and tries to meet it with their own logic that challenges it. The hand of God doesn't necessarily fall in between either one, but they, for some reason in the story, are one of the only people that can be relied upon to produce what the mad scientist is trying to come up with.
Okay.
So, for example, a good example of
Taiju.
Huh?
Taiju in Dr. Stone.
Exactly, yes. And one of my favorite examples is Ashirogi Muto, because you've got a mad scientist and a living computer in one character, right? Like you've got Saikyo who embodies both of those aspects in one character.
Okay,
and
yeah.
the only person who can execute on what he wants is the guy, his friend who can draw. And then you've got the literally the three components of this at work together is fucking Eizouken. You've got Kanimori, who's the fucking living computer. You've got the main girl who's like the fucking producer who can draw, and then you've got like the girl who's like the one who animates everything. Bro, there are three. I feel like the otaku hero is actually a three-piece combo. Like, it's not, you have to have the hand of God involved, because more often than not, that's the part that like brings kind of like an emotional depth to what the mad scientist wants to do, because they're the one who actually executes it and has to like show how fans will react to it, etc., etc. But yeah, continue.
You're making me realize, like, in any of the examples I gave of otaku hero, like, I can think of who like in the case of Steins Gate, it's obvious who the main two are, but Mayuri would be. Well, Mayuri and I guess everyone else is kind of the hand of God. Like, they need all of those people to actually do the shit.
Exactly.
And then, or the limbs, they are the machinery of the body. If Okabe and Kurisu are the brain, and then with Sora and Shiro from No Game No Life, it's obviously Steph is the third element. She's always there. She's as important as either of them are. Beyond the first episode, and also like their whole problem is kind of, we don't understand normies. Steph is just Steph is the show's word for normie. Like, they start just calling people a Steph based on her being a normie. So, I like your theory a lot. I think
I'll dip out now. I've just wanted to talk to you about this particular theory. You can like actually further it if you want, but that's just a concept that like I've been thinking of for a while. But like, I'll let you get back to your stream. All right, see you, G.
Excellent. Good to have you around. Everybody go sub Nino, because he might come back. I'm
coming back soon. We're coming back, and we're gonna make it. We're gonna ruin it for all the normies. Don't worry, it's gonna be great.
Yes. The Stephs will quake in fear. All right. See you later. Oh, he already disconnected.
Yep.
All right. Sick. I like that theory a lot. I'm glad we got to entertain that on here. In the middle of a philosophy video. Like, this seemed like the absolutely appropriate time for that, right?
I think this philosophy video is going to be going on forever.
One day people will talk about me and Nino the way that they talk about, philosophers that used to trade notes. This will be like our what is it, letters, We're people of letters.
Just like those guys.
And enjoys this difference. The negative is not present. On the contrary, it is the result of activity, of the existence of an active force, and the affirmation of its difference. Look here, we got active forces and negative forces.
Otaku-debia,
Will
yes.
doesn't negate, it creates value for Nietzsche. Will is not often negative, and forces are not often reactive. They are active. Remember those that criticize without creating? In Nietzsche's own terms, negation is only a subsequently invented, pale, contrasting image in relation to its positive basic concept, filled with life and passion. Genealogy morals.
I don't know about that.
I mean, I'll just spell it out.
That's like as
Starting with
anti-Taoist
negation
of a
is
sentiment
slave
as you could
morality.
possibly express.
Remember from the
I feel like.
anti-Oedipus video when Deleuze and Guattari nixed psychoanalysis? Here's the reason. Because it begins with negation and lack.
That
every
quote made me.
negation
I don't know
is
if
a
that
no.
what that.
Every
It
affirmation
was out of
of
context,
difference
but that
is
quote
a
almost
yes.
just made me instantly want to dismiss Nietzsche.
Deleuze's Nietzsche wants to affirm difference, because guess what? It can create new stuff. There's no good and evil, true and false in nature. We invent those because we value them. Or we value them because we invented them, the
More
humanist
likely, yeah.
conceit. We can say where Nietzsche affirms difference, Hegel disappears it. Each instance of the will to power is a yes, an affirmation, whereas every negation, or starting with a lack, is a no. Ooh.
Anybody else in here, whenever you hear the word Hegel, you like just think about the So Great and Powerful lyrics where he referenced all these philosophers? Like, or Milo. Like, a lot of my reference for philosophy is like musicians I like who were into it wrote lyrics about it.
There is, though, one particularly reactionary force that makes the negative central. Ressentiment, revenge, slave morality. That's what dialectics is, not power, but a representation of power. And representing power is not power in the same way that talking about politics is not politics. And with both politics and power, talking about it lets the world just keep on doing whatever it was already doing. Idle chatter justifies the status quo that permits idle chatter in the first place. How's that for a dialectic? It's not a dialectic. Don't quote me. So who then is good for Nietzsche and Deleuze by extension? Those who act, not those who react.
Do quote
Of
me,
everything
by
that
the way.
exists, only resentful people resent. All the rest of existence is affirmative. Yeah, there are stronger and weaker forces which force each other to be different relative to them. That's why particles,
I really want to make a
things,
video
subjects,
incredibly
species,
self-indulgently
all
of just
collide
cool
and create and
sentences and
evolve,
aphorisms
fight,
I've
eat,
said.
live, persist,
So if you
and
know
that's
any of those,
existence. That's life.
hit me up with them.
All existence is will to power, the will to exist, the will to differentiate and to affirm difference. Oh, hey, so everything's just will then? That sounds like Schopenhauer. So Schopenhauer must be right.
Oh,
Wrong.
shit, off the Schopenhauer.
Schopenhauer was wrong.
It's another Milo lyric.
He thought that everything was will, but that everything was the same will. If everything's the same will, your will or individual wills have no power to create difference. So a lot of people up in my comments talking about Buddhism too. Now I don't really know anything about Buddhism, but if Buddhism is what I think it
I can't help but think this is what it feels like to be like the one student in your college class who really is actually interested in the subject, and like you can't talk to it about the other students because none of them give a fuck, so you have to go to the internet to just like explode all of this out of you.
it sounds like some self-negation of your will. That's not Deleuze or Nietzsche or Deleuze's Nietzsche. Affirm difference creation. So let me paint the world for you all the way down to the smallest things that exist, from bouncing molecules that feel or repel each other, to the striving of some species to overcome changes in its environment, to your own will to see something accomplished in the world of things. These are all wills that differentiate. You too are repeated acts of willing in a great sea of willing. The you that refers to you is not identity.
Not
it's a
ever
repetition
smoking,
of your
drinking
will to
coffee through
differentiate.
straws, brushing your teeth
Not one
every day,
force either, but many forces.
bringing anything
Multiplicity,
through straws.
not identity. So your acts of willing not only differentiate you from other acts of willing, but every act of willing differentiates anything that is anything. The will to power is not some childish outburst to get your own way. It's the metaphysical reason for why anything is different from anything else. Existence.
Yeah, but like the mental
That's why both Nietzsche and Deleuze put such a high value on creation, movement,
about your teeth
artistic
and how,
practices,
like,
and such a
should be
low
constantly
value
worrying
on
about your
debate, resentment, and moralizing. Creativity, making, is active, while resentment negatively represents yourself as good only because others are more evil than you. That's critique without creation. Slow down. So, all things that are processes. They're struggles in time to not disappear into the background. That is, to become undifferentiated. Will differentiates. A whole plurality of wills.
737. I'm smart
Even
enough
our
to know
most
I'm too
permanent
stupid
objects
for
are
this.
processes.
I feel that.
Mountains, stars, the universe itself, and you. Now, why is this cool? Through differentiation, a fundamental expression of power, and not just special human power, but the power of anything to continually become and to continue to exist. This is not the critical, not the negative, but the affirmative attitude towards the world. This is ultimately then an affirmative attitude to the world that reflects the world's own attitude towards itself, to create and to repeat the creative act. The scientist creates prospects.
This is the problem with philosophy, is that mostly you're trying to explain shit that everybody instinctively understands and can't explain. And you're like trying to put words to something that there's just no words for. And so inevitably you keep encircling a point, and it sounds like you're just saying the same thing over and over again with fancier words, but at the same time like you're not saying anything. That's the curse of language and of philosophy.
The artist creates affects. The philosopher creates concepts. Creation affirms power, our power. Scientists, artists, and philosophers should be a lot more like dancers. Where Deleuze says, dance, laughter, and play are affirmative powers of reflection and development, Nietzsche says, I know not what the spirit of a philosopher would like better than to be a good dancer. For the dance is his ideal and also his art. In the end, likewise, his sole piety.
Yeah, dancing's cool. I like to dance.
So let's go back to those metaphysical categories.
I thought the
Second,
was over.
cause, effect, possibility, actuality, sameness, otherness, all begin in difference rather than sameness. Not an accidental difference, which is how the dialectic conceives of it, but pure difference. Differences that are not ultimately sublated within an identity or an idea.
Combined
a dance of difference, rather than the boring plotting of ideas through history. And for Deleuze and for Nietzsche, we don't serve ideas or movements. They serve us.
If I said
and at the
sorry
very
with
best,
$2.
they serve
You don't need to apologize.
life itself.
Although I appreciate the money. Maybe you're apologizing to the rest of the chat.
I'm trying to make some stuff here that you've never seen before, but here, let me get out of the way for once. To make something that lasts, you need a plurality of forces. One force is not enough by itself. And as you can probably guess, it's not possible to make philosophy videos on YouTube on your own. There's not enough interest and they're not going to show them. So if you are watching this, you have these individuals to thank. Couldn't do it without them, even if your name's not listed here. And even though everyone clicks off at this part of the video, I want you to know that I typed and colored every name individually, so heartfelt thanks from me, y'all. Couldn't do it without you. They picked the topic.
I do not have the patience for that.
Thanks to you guys for living in the dream with me. Or maybe it's everybody else's dreaming.
He's got a lot of patience.
That was definitely a little more than I could parse. But it was not totally uninteresting. And I feel like it was inspiring of some interesting conversations. And I feel like it was brain tickling. Also, you know, that guy had some vague riz. Alright, we're going to do Leaf Ladies OCs now. Let's go to Twitter.
How do I pay to submit a video?
You can either send money on Cash App or Venmo, or you could just super chat, or you could.
What is your Cash App and or Venmo?
It's goldenwitchfire. It's right there on screen. At the bottom.
Someone's asking.
It says here, video YouTube takes 1/3 of all super chat revenue, and then the government takes another third. So at least we can subvert YouTube's third. We can't do anything about the government. They're gonna take a third of my money eventually. But YouTube doesn't. We don't have to let them do it. You know. I don't know if these. I don't know if it's possible to use Venmo or Cash App in all countries. I know that at least some of them don't work in some places. So, you know, it's fine if you have to use Super Chat. I will try to set up other methods soon as well. All right, let's look at Leaf Lady. Here's the explanation first. The first is me. The next 4 are from an original fic I wrote for a contest. The next 4 are fusions based on the main cast of Madoka. The 2 after that are from an unreleased Madoka fanfic I drafted. And the last was made from traits my followers suggested. I didn't know you had followers, Leaf Lady. How popular are you? You have like a whole community around you? This is you as an anime girl. Cute. You got nice tits. You seem to be hugging a Kino body pillow. I like the outfit. Yeah. Okay, so this is... Wait, you said the next one. The next 4 are from an original fic you wrote for a contest. So I have no context into what this fic is. This looks like an adult Madoka. Like if a magical girl from Madoka grew up, and then still was a magical girl. I like the armor because it's simultaneously like knight armor, but there's something futuristic about it where it doesn't give like medieval. It gives like throwback, like retro futuristic, I guess is the phrase I would use. And also it's like a casualized version of a suit. Bird, what do you think of this? I feel like you would wear this fucking white suit.
It's cool. I like that. I'd wear it. You're right. I don't know. I don't.
Tall girls are cool. Alright. Okay. Yeah, this is a really strong... I really like her casual attire, actually. I would totally wear that. The bike shorts under the red shorts... Like, shorts on shorts can be a tough look, but I think that the color unity really... If not for that... on the fanny pack here, this little black strap, and then also she's got the black strap on her wrist. If not for that, this would not work. But because we've got like this consistency here, bringing it all together, that's probably why she had to have this pose, so this would also be visible from behind, so that you would still get that visual through line. You've also got the thin red stripe and then thin red stripe through the fanny pack, and then the thin white stripes through the red shirt. Incredible color coherence. And even here, the stuff in her hair, which I guess changes when she becomes spiky when she gets magical girl form, matches the straps on her sandals as well. I don't know if I like wearing like knee-high socks with biker shorts though, because I feel like the rest of her outfit implies it's very hot outside, and this implies maybe not. At the same time, this will help you not get bug bites all down your legs. So if she's like planning to, she looks like she's going to be riding her bike. I assume she's riding it through the woods. This gives, I'm riding my bike through the woods. But at the same time, there's a lot of exposed skin, so if she was worried about that, I don't know. The long socks with the sandals. I mean, socks and sandals is kind of a... Well, are they sandals? No, they're like shoes. Never mind. They are shoes. I just think she should be wearing like ankle-length socks. But I love this design. This it gives me a little bit Sword Art Online, like Asuna combined. Like, if Asuna dressed like Klein, if Asuna was cosplaying as Klein from Sword Art Online, this is what you would get. And yeah, the color consistency is there. I like the little X's. Yeah, this is strong. It kind of reminds me of like Sengoku Basara or Samurai Sentai Shinkenger. A little bit. Okay. Interesting. I like this design. I've never seen a girl with like afro puffs where the afro puffs then grow when she goes magical girl. That is like kind of brilliant. Like I don't think I've ever seen this before. Show them Screw the Omega art. I'm gonna start DMing you a bunch of designs. I'll do it. The Screw the Omega art is really, really good. I've never seen Afro Puffs transform for a magical girl transformation. It's fucking... I really like that. This definitely gives me, like, Cure Sunshine, like, very pre-Cure feel, but with a little bit more of, like, a Grecian thing with the skirt. I won't say I love this outfit. I think it's, like, generically fine. Like, I don't have... It's like, kind of gives me, like, alright, we gotta make a Yellow Ranger, you know? Like, here's a good-looking yellow design, but nothing that strikes me... Aside from the Afro Puffs. Like, this part, I think, is fucking brilliant. That sells me on the whole rest of it. The casual attire is, like, I don't know, gardener, mom, like, just unassuming, really not trying to be looked at, I guess. I don't know her personality, so this could be really good for her personality. I just don't really know what she's about. Okay. This girl, is she like a robot or something? What's going on with the face stuff in the transformation mode? I mean, she looks cute. She definitely just like homely cute. She's wearing fucking combat boots. That's actually, I just didn't notice that at first, but I'm realizing I don't know what the deal is with the combat boots or with like the lab coat. Like, I thought she was probably a teacher at first. Like, she gives off a teacher vibe. But then I saw the combat boots, and I'm like, wait. Oh, okay, the other girl's thing is lightning. I guess I can see it on the glove, but yeah, I don't know if it... And the shoes. You got the little lightning bolts here. I mean, I guess if I knew that her power was lightning, then I would not be surprised by this design. But I do think probably more could be done to make it feel... I think lightning, to me, it's quick and sudden, so this is, like, too complicated. Like, just particularly this area where you've got, like, all this extra stuff going on in the pants. Cool pants, but, like, that doesn't... If you could take all of that out, leave just everything else going on, like, just have her legs, and that would... immediately to me be more lightning, you know?
I can't believe it's Pride Month and you say you don't want a whole bunch of extra stuff going on in the pants.
That's fucking funny. Anyway. They do essentially think of themselves as a robot. Okay, so this person thinks of themselves as a robot. I like it. I like this design. This feels... The design reminds me of Guilty Gear, but if it was like a very passive, like a non-combatant, like this person does not look like they're about to get into a big crazy fight, or at least not one that they would want to get into. They've got more of like a, like a caring kind of motherly, again, teacher was the first thought I had here. So, definitely get a lot more personality from this design. Like, I would say, like this woman, I mean, this image probably communicates the most about what she's like. This girl very much feels like the standard, like, tomboy, sporty girl. She seems like, I don't know, nice. But this one, I feel like I have a deeper sense of who she is. Something about the combat boots combined with the coat, and then the whole, like, now she's a robot. You know, going from, like, a warm look to a very cold look also. I think that's part of it. And there they all are together. Okay. Okay, now we're in, obviously, Madoka territory. So let's see what this is. Fusions based on the main cast of Madoka. So this is Mami and Homura combined, I take it? Interesting. I'm not as into the side or the back angle, other than that, you know, we just see all of what the outfit looks like, I guess. But this is a good one. I like this. I'm surprised how I didn't immediately think this was a combination character. Like, now that I see all the elements are there, but I'm like, damn, I just thought this was some hot magical girl. This is great. This is a great idea of how to combine their designs. It looks fantastic. Just generally looks fantastic. Okay, so this must be... I'm not sure who's combined. Is it just the same? It's just another Mami Homura? This one must be leaning more Homura then. So this one's like, what if Mami took on some Homura characteristics, and this is what if Homura took on some Mami characteristics. The tits look amazing in this. This is, like, to me, ideal way to draw breasts. More like this, please. Alright, Madoka with Kyubey. This is cursed and tainted. It looks great. It's cursed and tainted, though. This is wrong. This shouldn't be encouraged.
It's just like Full Metal Alchemist.
It's just like Full Metal Alchemist, yeah. This is epic. She's Nine-Tailed Fox now, I take it. No, this is more than Nine-Tailed, right? No, this is Nine-Tailed, yeah. She's a Nine-Tailed Fox Kyubey God mode. It's God mode Madoka Kyubey. Mado Kyubey. God Mado Kyubey. Alright. You really went all the way with the beam. I appreciate this. We've got Kyoko and Sayaka combined. This one doesn't strike me as much, but then I also don't love their designs as much as the other ones anyway. This one's got a very, like, late 80s, early 90s vibe that I appreciate. And also kind of looks like it was drawn by the... This looks weirdly like it was drawn by the Blade of Immortal guy. Anybody get that? Nino, you're here. You probably the only fucking person I can count on to have read Blade of the Immortal in here. Also, I gotta add this JNES super chat to my list. JNES said, I don't think the system works. Anakin's critique of democracy by the YouTube channel Seals are good. Okay, I'll check that out. I'm adding that to the queue. Anakin's critique of democracy. Okay. Leaf Blade says, I watched Blade of the Immortal. I can definitely see it in the rough face. Yeah, this reminds me of, like, the illustrations that would be at the back of the books and stuff. Like, something about the way the lighting is and everything, and the colored pencil kind of look to it. Here they all are together with the height comparison. Wait. She got smaller? Okay, now we're in... The two after this are from an unreleased Madoka fanfic you drafted. So I'm guessing these are original characters. I kind of like this. She reminds me of some of those green girls that I really liked the designs of in what's it called? The spin-off from Madoka. But my one problem is the berries. I'm not totally sold on this skirt design. I don't even know if it's a design problem or just it could be drawn a little better. Like, there's just something about this that feels off to me compared to the rest of the look. I like the axe, though. It looks like it's got thorns on it. No, it's just got vines wrapped around it. I don't know how I feel about the vine wrapped around it either. Maybe if it was thicker, I'd be more into it, but I don't know. It's a little odd. I like it. This is interesting. I don't really comprehend her pose. Okay, so she's like got an arm up, and her head is just turned way too far back. That's the problem I'm having, is that if her arm is facing forward, her head should not be able to turn quite so far back. Otherwise, I think this is a cool design. Like, I like the design. I just don't like this pose because it looks like her head is all the way backwards. Unless that's the point. Is she supposed to be able to turn her head all the way around? Is that part of it? Or is this just like the artist didn't realize what they were drawing? Whoa! Holy
Jesus Christ.
moly!
Chill.
Oh my god, I was not ready.
It's
for that.
10 p.m.
I didn't realize. Oh my god, it's 11 p.m.
Oh, I need to go to
How late
bed.
it was. This was from traits your followers suggested. Yeah, I bet. I fucking bet it was. Okay, I have to take a piss. Leaf Lady, that was fun. Those are good designs. I like them. Okay, I'm gonna go to the bathroom. Okay, so the next few things, we're gonna watch An Inconvenient Anime by Ripened Disease. We've got to watch the 3 Black Dads video from The Quartering. We've got to watch Those Weird Dragon Names and Anakin's Critique of Democracy. Those are going to be the next 4 things we watch.
Nino is asking you to check your
Check my Discord. It won't take long. Oh, it's going to be the Screw the Omega designs, right? Okay. God damn it. Full screen. God damn. This is a fucking phenomenal illustration. Legitimate 10 out of 10. Also, he drew her tits perfectly. Once again, this is the perfect way to draw tits. Here's the main character. He looks cool as fuck. I hope you succeed in your mission of making this a heavily imitated hairstyle in black media. I hope you kill the Killmonger hairstyle with this hairstyle. Bring long-haired dudes into mainstream popularity. This guy looks cool. Is this a villain? He gives very much a Jujutsu Kaisen villain to me, but with an even bigger shirt. He's like what's his name? The black-haired dude. What's the bad guy?
Ghetto?
No, the short black hair. He comes back to life with the nunchucks and beats everybody's ass and then dies. The father, yeah, Toji. This guy's like Black Toji with an even bigger shirt. These designs rule. Also, I love this girl's gigantic fucking afro that she uses, I believe, to like hold her ninja tools inside of. So that's incredible. Everybody, check out Screw the Omegas. Check out Nino's Twitter. I'm gonna go. Oh, he's the big brother. He's the Gojo. Okay, this guy's the Gojo. Yeah, that's a good design for a Gojo. Also, definitely a dude you would look up to. All right, I'm gonna go pee. Bird's gonna go to bed, so he's not gonna be a part of this any longer. It's just gonna be me and you, world, people, 16 concurrent viewers at the moment. I'm gonna go to the bathroom.
Damn, dropping your vapes and shit. Goodbye, stream. Sleep well. Have everything? Oh, fucking water. This is my water bottle. It's very big.
Okay.
Leaf Blady's going to bed. Good night, Leaf Blady. Bird is also going to bed. Good night, Bird. Alright, we've got 4 things to watch. An Inconvenience anime for ripened disease. I can go ahead and make the video bigger for y'all too. I guess I could. Let's do some. Oh, hold on. I'll move the camera over to the other side so I can do this. And then. Ooh, look at all that extra screen. That's too much. Alright. Coolness. Since we're just watching YouTube videos anyways, and I ain't worried about the copyright, I assume that all of the people that were watching had to get their videos past copyright to keep them on YouTube. Is it $1 million extreme video we're watching here? Hold on, let me make sure this is the correct thing. This was for ripened disease. Was that a super chat request or a other thing? I don't remember how long ago this came in. It can ripened disease. Are you here? This is okay. It is a Sam Hyde. Excellent. It is supposed to be MD. Wait, this is 43 minutes long. How much of this are we watching? I don't remember what the payment was. Alright, whatever. $1 million extreme. An inconvenient anime. Oh boy, look at this fucking dork.
Master Kenshiro Ishimada is a world-renowned martial artist, philosopher, and scholar of Japanese history. Travel with Ichi a millennium back in time to marvel of Nippon, Japan, as he sifts through the forgotten puzzle pieces to unearth a fascinating mystery which will resonate with anyone living in this strange 21st century. What do bullet trains, handcrafted swords, modern-day cartoons, and the designer drug XTC have to do with one another? Join Ichi and his fully animated CG pals to find out. Thank you very much.
I gotta start putting shit like that on my
videos. A simple beggar walking down the pathway.
Oh no.
With what appears to be katana. That's why I say don't judge a book by its cover. Would you believe that this katana right here, which I consider a toy, is actually the basis for the Buster Sword? Final Fantasy VII, okay? It's pretty cool, right?
He's holding, like...
That's right, guys, okay. About your host. My name is Master Kenshiro Ichimada.
Invented a new hybrid dubstep. Armageddon
new hybrid
Street Fighter record, 7 fights, no loss. Damn it.
No losses.
Oh, he's
My fighting style is a mix of MMA fighting and Shotokan close quarters combat gunfighting, such as what you would see in Metal Gear Solid 4, such as that. Alright. And, excuse me, miss, please don't leave. Okay. Guys, Just don't leave, trust me. It's about to get hot in here. You can see some fireworks. I know that a lot of the stuff you've seen today has been disappointing. This is not going to be one of those things, okay? In the new upcoming Evangelion 3.0, the character Chris, aka Koda, based on yours truly. I have a box here for donations. If any of you like what you see here today and you want to keep us on the road, please don't be stingy with your yen.
Greasy box.
Pass that around, thank you. Okay. So, who am I exactly? I'm a student of the world, a student of all different cultures around the world, notably Japan. I'm neuroatypical, I am non-cisgendered, and I do have a slight speech impediment, so if you notice me doing my speech, please don't mind me. That's just the way that I speak.
Oh my god, I need to be way quieter. I cannot be that loud. It's like 11 o'clock at night.
Talks, but there are these prestigious, these talks, these speeches, really awe-inspiring stuff, and you're about to see one for anime.
I wasn't ready for
We'll start with some quotes. Here's a quote from the movie Kick-Ass. This is Hit Girl right here, my favorite character. Big Daddy, good job. I'm so proud of you, baby doll. Are you okay? Hit Girl, But getting shot, Daddy, it hurt a lot more when you did it. Big Daddy, that's because I used low velocity rounds, child. Hee hee. Hit Girl, you're the kindest daddy in the whole world. Big Daddy, no, I love you. Hit Girl, I love you too. Daddy, I love you too, Daddy. Sleep tight. It's inspirational quote number 1. Number 2, movie Sucker Punch. Everyone has an angel, a guardian who watches over us. We can't know what form they'll take. One day, old man. Next day, little girl. But don't let appearances fool you. They can be as fierce as any dragon, yet they're not here to fight our battles, but to whisper from our heart, reminding that it's us. It's every one of us who holds power.
It feels like he's trying to make the point that like Western movies are just as creepily pedophilic as anime. That's what I'm getting out of this so far.
Haha, wait, what? And last up we have some contemporary stuff. I'm not going to read all this stuff, but bro tips. Number 122. She wants to talk to you just as badly as you want to talk to her. She's waiting for your text. Go for it. And this fourth one, I wrote that one. If you're trying to lose weight on a diet,
that
you
classic
go,
Mugen doing the gang
signs
image on the right.
Hashtag epic. Folks in the audience here, videotaping is of course permitted. I think we're going to see a lot of exciting remixes
like
on
a
YouTube.
gun, but I think
I can't wait to see what you guys come up with our stuff.
Looks like a gun from
with stuff I'm going to present to you. But please get in contact with me after you film the stuff. I need to see what you're going to put online there. I have to okay it before it goes up. So please get in touch with me. So where are we at here? What's the deal? Who's this 17-year-old kid up in here with a dream about some anime? A few years ago, I was faced with the following question. What do you do when your life is just... Are we allowed to swear here, by the way? Can I just say the SH word? Is that not allowed? Keep it. Okay, don't worry about that. So what do you do when your life's just a bunch of BS? Okay, I think we know what that word means. Your only friends are ones you've never met in real life. They're imaginary. They're on your MMO game, playing MapleStory, right? And you're on DeviantArt getting more negative criticism than positive criticism. And forget your dream of having a Japanese girlfriend. You're going to be lucky to have a girlfriend, period. We've all been there. I think we know exactly what we're talking about here. And so I knew I had to find something. I knew I had to do something great. I see a flyer, community college, anime club. 2 weeks later, I'm there. I'm getting a degree from a somewhat prestigious community college. And I'm learning about medieval Japanese folklore and mythology. Kinds of crazy stuff will blow your minds. My Yu-Gi-Oh! Unboxing videos on YouTube are getting hundreds of thousands of views. I'm well on my way to being able to make a living just on YouTube. And as for a girlfriend, well, as you can see, she's not Japanese, but she games like one.
She games like one.
So Japan, my field of study, my field of expertise, my lifeblood here. I live it, I breathe it. Cradle of civilization. Japanese people have a perfect society. There's no crime, there's no poverty. They have no evil Western influences. It's a haven for nerds and anime gamers. It's really just a great place. You have the Shikoku Islands here. This is where you can play You can play Gundam Wing as much as you want. You can play Gundam Wing you can go to Niigata and watch fantastic.
I need to hear that again.
Fantastic
Hold on.
Pokemon opera at Niigata. Go up Shikoku Islands. You can go to Niigata and watch fantastic, fantastic Pokemon opera at Niigata. Go up to Hokkaido. They have arcades for miles in Hokkaido. Trust me, you're going to see when you go to Japan. Everybody should do it once. What's Japanese giving us? Martial arts.
No, I can't with that on YouTube.
Pressure point techniques causing instant death. And as a bonus, a special added bonus, it looks pretty bad. It's a rally art edition. You'll be popping Tokyo drifts all over the streets in one of these cool cars. Wow. You can save your questions for the end. The questions you can wait till the end. The shirt that I'm wearing right now is actually Japanese kimono fabric. Japanese kimono fabric. And kimono is Japanese word meaning clothes. These Japanese kimonos are made of the finest silk, and they have the tight weaves using just incredible colors, not available anywhere else until about the 18th century. Using natural dyes and prayer beads to enhance chi. All the clothes are meant to enhance chi and bring warrior power and spirit. It's important to know that the Japanese have a holistic way of life. Everything is important. So even death in Japan, the bukkake ceremony that comes when a warrior has had his time is a work of art. Can you imagine that for a second? Death being a work of art, much like David or the Sistine Chapel would be, only these Western works of art are so much more unsophisticated. Now I'm going to show you some pictures of Western culture. Are there any people out there we can get in here? Can you get some people in there? So we're going to see some Western art here. Now think about the Western ideals, okay? Unattainable, unrealistic beauty, grotesque, large muscles and breasts, not like childlike, small,
too hard if this was happening in
and all
person.
Western art is heterocentric. It's only white people. White people are privileged, guys. And I just want you to know, maybe you are trapped in the Matrix.
Like, even in the audience, I mean, I would have been laughing so hard at it.
Right here, we have a painting. Look at this.
Like, I would
Look at
have
this painting. Cluttered, boring, kind of lame. I don't know what's going on here. I know that it's not something I want. It's not cool looking. What's this? Another painting, another boring Western painting. Obviously trying too hard. It's dark. The faces are not realistic. This is junk. If I saw this on DeviantArt, I would leave it.
Okay, I believe this was Lapusha's $10 request, right? Or was it more than that? This was a 10-minute thing, right? I think we've made it far enough. If I laugh any harder, I'm gonna cause problems. I will certainly watch the rest of this later. I will definitely watch the rest of that on my own time. There are some jokes in there that I don't think I can really let fly on YouTube also. Mother of God, that was funny. Oh, it was Ripen Disease who had requested that. Okay. Apparently we have to find Jeremy the Quartering's 3 dads. 3 black dads. Are they all black? Somehow? This says 2 gay black dads. I guess Ethan Klein broke this. This says 3 dads. Does he have 3 dads or 2 dads? Or are just 2 of them black and one's not? How many gay black dads and what race of makeup of gay black dad videos are we looking for? Who sent this again? Whoever sent the 3 gay black, Jeremy the Quarterings, the Nickelings, black dads videos. Which one? Which... 2 gay black dads, but the other one is a straight and white. Okay, so he's got 3 dads, 2 of them black. This was Lapusha's request. Lapusha, which video do you want? Which one are we going for here?
That was a joke? Okay. I mean, I don't know if it seems true. He has at least 2 gay black dads, and some people are reporting he also has a 3rd dad. So I think it's possible you are exactly correct. Where is Lapucia? Lapucia's gone? They were here just a minute ago to apologize to Bird for making me laugh too loud, I think, but then that was confusing because that made me think that was their request, but that wasn't their request. That was somebody else's request. He said to remind you in the comments to upload the first stream to BitChute. You were right. I did say that, and I would have forgotten. So we'll take this opportunity to remember. That's the best place to upload a video that gets taken off of YouTube still, right? Like, this is where you can just upload whatever the fuck you want, I think. See if that works. I don't even know if this is the right... No, wait, there's a more new one. Odyssey. That's the newer one. BitChute's old. Odyssey's newer. Let's try this. Okay, gotta go to my email, I guess. I nearly lost you there and taken off somewhere. I nearly lost you there. Okay, this seems to be working. I seem to be logged in. Uploads. Upload. Okay, we gotta find not the hardcore pornography folder. That's clearly not the one that we want. What are we looking for though? Probably videos. Videos, okay. And then it's just gonna be the most recent, this one, right? Yeah, that looks right. Your video may not be the best format. For more reliable streaming, use MP4s. Is it? Oh, it's an MKV. Alright, well, let's handbrake it first, because it's probably a fucking massive file, and will take all day to upload. So, we'll go ahead and make it smaller, / an MP4 for make better streaming. And yeah. That's going to take a minute, so we'll let that work in the background while we figure out what we're are we watching a 3 Gay Dads video right now. Lapucia is still not here. We'll do that one later just in case Lapucia comes back, I guess. Are you able to just trim the end? I guess probably. I'll give it a shot and see, because there's a lot of copyright problems with the video, but I think only the one has it banned. Let's see. Let's see just how fucked this video, this live stream VOD truly is. So let's see here. Alright, blocked. How the fuck do I get to the menu where here we go, see details. There's some visibility restrictions on your video. However, your channel isn't affected. Alright, let's see. So, I believe I Can Fly got it demonetized. Reliquary Monk would have made it eligible for revenue sharing, but I assume being not able to be monetized cancels that out. So there's a whole lot of reasons it can't be monetized or would be eligible for revenue sharing. Wait, something's missing. Oh, here we go. Video cannot be seen or monetized in Russia because of Night Fight, but that's just Russia. NBC Universal Entertainment Japan is blocking in all territories from 310 to 318. So, okay, let's see. Trim out segment. I don't need to preview it, just fucking trim it out. Alright, well, we'll see if that brings the video back when it's done doing that. If so, maybe it won't be necessary to upload it to Odyssey. I feel like I tried this recently on a video, and I don't remember going back and checking what happened. I've got a lot of recent partial blocks that almost all are just like Belarus and Russia. So, you know, I don't really have a huge audience in Belarus and Russia, so I haven't been particularly concerned about this. But it is unfortunate to lose monetization so often on these. Not that they get like a shitload of views that would like make that a, you know, a big loss or anything. It's mostly about the super chats. Make the screen for us very small. In celebration of this, I'll add timestamps to the video like I did for that other live stream. Hell yeah. Thank you. I like all the timestamps. Makes it a lot easier for anybody else. And it also means that all of those words become like part of the search. Like if somebody's searching for the video and you have all of those words in a comment on the video, I think that might contribute to its ability to show up based on those search terms. I'm not entirely sure. I don't know how much comments affect YouTube's search algorithm. It's me too, and I worry low-key if it's what's suppressing my channel, because ever since then I've gotten jack shit. I mean, yeah, it's hard to understand YouTube's fucking inner workings. I know my channel is under some kind of suppression, but at the same time certain videos aren't. It's a confusing. Here, let's see what's performing well right now, just for the hell of it. Top videos, let's see. So my top content in, well, we're in the last 20. I don't want the last 28 days. Let's just see what's doing good this week. What's happening this week? Damn, a lot of money coming in this week. Trans housewife folds clothes. Being bullied is better than being ignored. Bigger, better bully. Apparently people really like it when I talk about being a bully. Updates and Q&A. Fired up for Pride. How to recognize a terrible anime. So, how to recognize a terrible anime. Underperforming compared to how it does sometimes. But look at that, 22%. That's a really nice. Look at the view durations for all the other, 0.5%, 0.1.4. Now, granted, these are hours long, and this video is a mere 30 minutes. But still, even the time, like most people are only here for like 4 minutes. This video, they sat through 7 whole minutes of it. So that's pretty cool. Never Trust Straights has a whole ass almost 60%. I know it's only a minute long, but I'm actually surprised that so many people wanted to hear 35 seconds of me just ripping into straight people. I like it. Fired Up for Pride is the one I timestamped in celebration of the month. That is my Pride item. Thank you. That is a great Pride item. The retention rates, Maddox. Yeah, I know. Maddox would fucking flip shit if he saw a 7-minute retention rate, though. Like, he would fucking... He does not believe this is possible. Because Maddox believes that 3 minutes is, like, the height anybody will pay attention to. Because, it just means he's never made a video as good as this one, I guess. That's pretty funny. Alright, what's the next fucking thing we have to watch, goddammit? People need to get to bed. We'll skip 3 Black Dads until somebody comes back. JNES, are you still here for those weird dragon names? That was who requested that, right? Or did you request the Anakin's Critique of Democracy? You requested Anakin's Critique of Democracy. Who requested the weird dragon names? I can't even remember. Hopefully everyone's here. Weird dragon names is next on my queue. So if you're still here, JNES is here. Okay. Let me look back for a second. Yeah, JNS said Anakin's Critique. Okay, we're going to do that first because I know you are here. I have not confirmed anyone else is still here. So we're gonna stick with that.
I don't think the system works.
How would you have it
What
work?
an excellent question, and one which, coincidentally, I have put some light thought into of late. Allow me to briefly summarize a very high-level overview of how I believe the system should work.
Oh, Anakin, you know you can go as deep as you want to with me.
Duly noted! But perhaps we can go deeper another time. Regardless, the first question one must ask oneself is, what is the core of good governance? I propose there are 4 pillars, which our present system sorely lacks. Twi'lek thinker Thomas Schaub's outlined that the first priority of government was to avoid the horrors of violence and war. It was, he argued, a dichotomy between the state of nature prior to setting up a government wherein one would live one's life sans any security, bar that which you yourself can bring with your own strength, and that of a common power, keeping the peace internally.
Okay. I really enjoyed the first 30 seconds of this. Then he started quoting a guy with a really difficult quote, like a quote that doesn't sound correct in modern English. And all I can think is, just steal it and rephrase it. I don't care who that guy is. I don't care what he said. Just rephrase it in a way that's like clear spoken. I'm going to go back to try to process exactly what the fuck this guy is saying. The first priority of government is to avoid the horrors of violence and war.
It was, he argued, a dichotomy between the state of nature
it's a dichotomy between the state of nature prior to setting up a government, wherein one would live one's life sans any security.
Bar.
So just sans any security, bar that. When I read phrasing like that, it distracts me. Like, we don't say those words that way anymore. So it like starts making me think about old-timiness and stuff.
That which you yourself can bring with your own strength, and that of a common power, keeping the peace internally and protecting against foreign invasion.
Yeah, so like rule of the jungle. Back in the before times, when people had to defend themselves.
Have a body part that'd be open to foreign invasion.
Ashab's advancing the work of Pla'ado outlines the notion of a contract wherein individuals would give up some natural freedoms in exchange for a measure of security granted them by the state. The Hutt thinker Locke, writing after Thomas Schaub's, agreed with the latter's arguments, introducing tacit consent, whereby one is implicitly agreeing to the authority of the government by living within a state, even for a short time.
Okay, I think I get the gist. We can go do other things now.
It is important to note this description of government has been heavily critiqued by the Rhodian thinker David Huume. He points out that the original establishment of states was formed by violence and submitted to only by necessity. He goes further, noting that the notion of tacit consent only makes sense against a background of free choice.
I think we should retire to my rooms.
Why? We're both so young. I plan to work until I die.
No,
Returning to our prior conversation, does a poor artisan deep within Alderaan have the ability to simply leave the Republic? With what credits could they do so? Huum's point was that we do not need contract theory to ground our obligation to respect the state's authority. It is common sense society would collapse without such respect. Of course, this was but an interesting side tangent. The minutiae of contract theory are very intriguing, and we can perhaps engage with it another time. However, the core point I was attempting to communicate was that government is intended to keep the peace. Yet, what do we see in the Republic? The rumblings of a civil war, fermented by planets attempting to freely leave the Republic, which, as an addendum to our previous interesting side tangent, contract theory suggests they should be able to do, yet they struggle. Alas, I fear peace is not something this present system offers us, despite it being a core pillar of a good government.
You're not picking up what I'm putting down.
Why? Have you dropped something?
Only a few dozen hints.
Next, we must turn our attention...
I must say, I find Padme relatable in this situation.
...to another core aspect of what I believe is crucial for any government to offer its citizens. Freedom. Now, we must be precise in what we mean by freedom, after all, as argued by Ashab's total freedom. Without government means a freedom to die, perhaps through exposure to the elements, perhaps at the claws of a wampa.
You say it almost like those would be threats you'd face back to back.
Could you imagine?
Vividly. I like to imagine it'd be on the ice planet Hoth. Perhaps I'd be rebelling against a cruel and oppressive empire.
No one's ever engaged with my hypothetical before. Anyway, philosophy. Consider, therefore, the notion argued by the Wookiee philosopher Isaibalin. There are two basic types of freedom, negative and positive. Negative freedom is, fundamentally, the freedom from interference. For example, I have a right to tell anyone and everyone about how sand is coarse and rough and irritating, and that it gets everywhere, without Master Eathcoth beating me up and stealing my lunch money.
Does that happen often?
Anyway, philosophy. It's worth noting that not all restrictions on one's possible choices are infringements on negative freedoms. If one wished to do something unnatural, like shooting lightning from their fingies...
Why do you call fingers fingies?
That's just because that's what my mother called them when I was younger. So I've kept up the habit. In a way, it feels like keeping a small piece of her with me. Especially because when I asked if we could free her from the slavery we left her in, I was told no. Well, actually, Yoda looked me up and down, said slavery was a skill issue, and walked off. But I took it as a no.
We should go save her. Or check in on her, at least.
Well, I'm sure she's fine. Besides, Jedi aren't supposed to have attachments.
No attachments? But what about love?
I asked Yoda about love once. He just told me that women only want alimony and child support. Then said, MGTOW for life, and threw a sofa at me. Anyway, one's inability to do the unnatural of shooting lightning from their fingies doesn't mean their freedom is being impinged.
You say it's unnatural, but what about Master Plo Koon's electric judgment?
That's just a legend.
How can you have a legend?
This does feel like the most realistic conversation I've ever seen in a... Would you call this a fictional story? It's literally like a fan fiction. This is exactly the same thing I did with... Well, not exactly the same thing. It's similar to what I did with Sword Art Online when I made the Kirito and that other guy just like do the dialogue from that one Oscar Wilde story, a fan skit. Yeah, like... It's a little deeper than that, though, because this is an original writing. Mine was literally just reading an Oscar Wilde dialogue. This is like...
And about someone who isn't dead.
Its own
Couldn't
thing.
we just ask him?
Positive freedom is the freedom to do something rather than the freedom from interference. Returning to our example of Naboo, just because the Republic does not forbid one from leaving the planet, that does not mean one can. After all, one may not have the credits to do so.
Or one may be blockaded by the Trade Federation.
We've arrived at another core failing of the Republic. Consider the invasion of Naboo. The Trade Federation blockaded the planet, and if they had their way, we would still be restrained, while the Trade Federation inflicted atrocities. The Republic fails to secure freedoms for its citizens, both positive and negative. Those on Naboo were not free from the harm inflicted by the blockade, nor were they enabled to live their best lives.
Are you living your best life, Anakin?
I'm not sure. Last week, Master Obi-Wan told me.
Force above, Anakin! How many times have I told you not to turn your back on me while I'm talking to you? It makes me so mad I could just hurl myself out of the window!
He survived, but it gives one pause for thought. What if Jedi keep jumping out of windows around me? Whatever, I'll burn that bridge when I come to it. We must therefore add another pillar to our understanding of good governance.
That bridge.
An appropriate balance of positive and negative freedoms, or more simply, and thus more fittingly, with our other identified pillar, freedom.
Interesting. Please, continue.
You actually like listening to me?
Of course. I was a bit distracted at first, but I think you're as engaging as you are handsome.
I'm sorry. The Jedi never taught me how to respond to positive feedback. Well, one time Master Windu gave me a compliment when he told me he was glad to finally see my lily-white ass. But I later learned that was sarcasm. Next, let us consider the flaws of democracy, identified by the Bith thinker Plato. He claimed in Book 6 of his work, Republic, that democracy is inferior to other forms of government, broadly on the grounds that democracy is necessarily hostile to the expertise required to appropriately govern societies. He highlights that the structure of democracies result in those who are expert in winning elections and nothing else are those who will come to dominate the democratic scene. After all, Democracy emphasizes this expertise at the expense of expertise in solid governance. Ultimately, Plato argues the state will become victim to poorly thought out ideas that demagogues use to help themselves win office, and the state will end up floundering.
You highlight Plato's criticism of elected leaders, but what about Supreme Chancellor Palpatine? He's been very proficient, and he was elected fairly.
I'm sure even Plato would agree he is a rare exception. Sure, Palpatine collects Sith artifacts, wears Sith robes, and is always cackling to himself when he thinks no one is looking, but he's got a wonderful sense of humor, and the only thing he loves more than the arts is the Republic. However, Palpatine is but one man. He could easily end up falling down a seemingly bottomless pit or struck by lightning. And what then? Back to the array of demagogues? One is forced to ask oneself, is this just? Is it right that the proverbial ship of state will be thrown and tossed as endless waves of captains whose only qualification is that they are good at winning the office of captain, play at steering the ship, all the while it heads for the rocks? The answer, Plato argues, and it's one I'm inclined to agree with, is no. This is not just. It is both outrageous and unfair that countless innocent beings should be forced to suffer the ineffectual so-called leadership of such inept beings. Consider the former Supreme Chancellor Valorum, who was unable to act with any effectiveness on the blockade infringing Naboo's freedoms. A truly just society would be one where the ruler most suited to rule well is in charge. Therefore, another necessary pillar of state has been identified, that of justice.
But you're not actually against democracy, right? Just against demagogues seizing power.
Sure. Finally, we should consider the thoughts of the Chiss polymath, Mithron Narodo. In his writings, he will highlight he hasn't written it yet. Anyway, he will highlight that. A galaxy unified under a singular leader and with a militaristic focus would be better able to defend against and respond faster to outside threats such as, hypothetically, an enemy living in the unknown regions of the galaxy seeking to enslave new clients to serve under their hegemon than the Republic. As the man himself will put it, multiple species with multiple viewpoints and racial philosophies simply cannot hold power together for long. The dominant voice must certainly be wise enough to adopt ideas and methods from its allies and member peoples. But there must be a dominant voice, or there is only chaos. Ultimately, that requires a centralized regime, or put simply, there is a lack of security. To summarize, in its existing political form, the Republic cannot offer peace, freedom, justice, and security. I like to call these the Skywalker Core 4, representing the pillars of good governance. Therefore, in my humble view, any reasonable political system should ensure it offers these core 4 elements as a baseline. That is one which would get my full support.
Interesting. Well, I certainly understand at least a high-level overview of where you're coming from. That being said, I felt your description of freedoms, positive and negative, glossed over some of the nuances and could have done with some expansion. Although, I'm more aligned with the Trandoshan thinker Shuenerihi, who argued all rights require both positive duties, such as protective or reparative actions, and negative duties, such as avoidant actions. So, I find the distinction somewhat redundant. Though, as I said before, I'd be happy to go deeper with you.
I believe you said something about retiring to your bedroom.
Amazing. Well, that was pretty funny. I enjoyed all the parts where it was like a comedy about, you know, a funny relationship between two smartasses. All the parts where he was like actually talking about political philosophy were really boring, and I Plan to Work Until I Die was pretty funny. I'm curious about Kira isn't gay. Light Yagami self-report. Okay, it's only 2 minutes. Let's check this out.
Regarding the Kita case, I think I made a breakthrough. Impossible. I need to find out what his hunch is immediately. Care to enlighten us, El?
It was so obvious, but I didn't realize it till now. He is 100% gay.
And what made you conclude that?
Well, he clearly hates straight people.
I don't understand.
I know. We've only been looking at the types of crimes that his victims carry out, though when we look at the bigger picture, you'll notice that the vast majority of Kira's victims are straight.
Isn't that just because straight people make up the majority of the population? It's a stretch to say he's gay because of something like that.
You're weirdly defensive about this, Light.
Well, I just want to stick to the facts, that's all.
If he is gay, then that clears a very large amount of suspects, including you. So why are you defending him? Unless you are him.
Well, I'm just saying I'm pretty sure he isn't gay, that's all. We don't want to make any hasty decisions.
I guess you're right. As long as the proportion of victims matches the proportion of the population, it makes sense, right?
Right, exactly.
In that case, I guess Kira isn't gay. But he is racist.
What?
Well, if you look at the race of Kira's victims, it certainly doesn't match the population at all. Otherwise, how do you explain that?
Easy, that's because they commit more...
It seemed like you had an idea.
Yes, please continue. I'd love to hear what you have to say. What were you thinking, Light?
No, it's nothing. I realized what I was about to say didn't make sense.
No, please. What were you thinking, Light?
Yeah, the sooner we catch him, the sooner we can be together.
What were you thinking, Light?
I was just blurting nothing, I promise.
Well, how will we know unless you tell us what it was?
What were you thinking, Light?
And I'm telling you, there's nothing to take from that idea. There's no way you'll find anything useful from it.
Are you calling me stupid?
What? I'm just saying there really isn't anything to gain, and my...
Well, I feel disrespected, and the only way I'll feel better is if you tell me.
Before I say what I'm about to say, Elle, be honest. You planned this right from the beginning, didn't you? I mean, you could have picked gender, but you went straight to race.
I have no idea what you're talking about, Light.
No.
Maybe I'll have something to say after you confess.
Fine, Elle. You win. I admit it. I'm Kira.
What?
I killed all of them. I used something called a death note where I just write their names.
What are you doing, Light? Was what you were gonna say that bad that you had to confess to being the worst mass murderer in
Another
history
victory
instead?
for the OG.
What the fuck?
Oh my god. That was excellent. That was incredible. On the Padme video we watched before that. Yeah, when it comes to philosophy, including political philosophy, I cannot help but feel like I'm listening to someone say the phrase "it is what it is" in like the most fancy, elaborate way possible. Like, and therefore reality is as observed. Like, oh, wow, stunning revelation, you know. That was indeed goated. That was incredible. Shout out to Korean Swede. Is there a name or reference to that? No, it was Scotch Korean, that fucking Starburst ad or Skittles ad or whatever it was. You're Scotch Korean, you don't make a wee bit of sense, lad. Very racist. I guess all the videos they've done are on Death Note. Death Note, but it's Drake versus Kendrick drama. I will definitely be watching that later. Enough of this though. We have more things that have actually been requested here. Those weird dragon names and 3 black dads. I don't think Lapucia has made it back. And I don't remember who requested those weird dragon names, or if that's like the name of the video. Who requested this? Is this about Dragon Ball? This cannot be right? Where did I get this request from? Was this a super chat? Ellen, do you remember if this was a super chat request? Or who made it? I know I had one that was on Cash App and 2 on Venmo or something like that. I think we watched all the Cash App ones. Shaves was the one who sent through Venmo. Okay, I think we did all those. We did the one where I had to type in a whole URL, right? That was the first philosophy one. Who the fuck asked for this? It wasn't a super chat? You're sure? Because I'm seeing... Or was that the other... That was the other thing Leaf Bladey asked for, if not the OCs. So we covered the OCs instead of those weird dragon names. So all that's left is the 3 Black Dads video that Lapucia asked for. If anybody else has anything that they want me to do, now is a good time to buy something, because we only have one more show in the queue, and I'm not sure if Lapucia is going to come back to watch it, or which video specifically they were talking about. I mean, I guess we'll do the H3 video. I don't think they paid for a 22-minute video, but I guess it would be enough just to find out what's the story. I didn't realize that H3 had targeted the quartering so hard. Looks like they've made a lot. Looks like they've talked about him quite a bit. Am I stealing their bit by talking about the quartering? Alright. Let's watch this until somebody makes another request.
Alright. Next.
Moving on. Jeremy has 2 imaginary Black Dads.
Fantastic.
Yeah, so this is a Twitter thread right here where someone was investigating his claims of having 2 Black Dads.
This is his actual thumbnail, by the way. His 2 jacked black dudes. My Black Dads. And then he has this habit of using emojis in his thumbnails, which is like beyond cringe. And so it's like a winky face. Should I play this video?
I would start with the Twitter thread if you want to get some more context.
Oh, click this link here. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So apparently Jeremy has been claiming, unironically, that he has 2 gay black dads, which I'm assuming is... Well, here. You can tell dude is desperate, getting more and more absurd in his pathetic attempt to bully me into a debate. Now it's, I think homosexuality is disgusting, absolutely fucking disgusting. I love and support my LGBTQ viewers. I also have 2 dads.
Lapucia, you're here. Oh my gosh. Is this the correct video? Is this the 2 gay black dads video you wanted? Did you want H3 podcast highlights or something else? I've been waiting for you to show up to let us all know if this is correct. What specific 3 gay black dads video are we looking for? I need to know. Because if it's one that doesn't... That's a little more entertaining than Ethan Klein. Although I could speed this up probably, and it would be easier to listen to. He just talks very slowly. There's also Hey It's Vadum. Never heard of that guy. Never heard of The Surf Times. Or Fethion. Which one? What do we go with? If any of you knows any of these people. The quartering. Yeah, I know it's... They're talking about the... Though he has a video himself about his black... Oh, wait, you want to watch the one that's in... That they're reacting to. That they're reacting to in this video. Wait, what was that one called? This one. My Gay Black Dads.
He has this habit of using...
Twitter goes after my family. Of course the fucking title... Of course the actual video title... has nothing the fuck to do with what the thumbnail or the subject matter is. Okay, this is the one we want. Twitter goes after my family.
Gamers have a history of being Islamophobic, bigoted, misogynistic, violent, Islamophobic, transphobic, a number of things. And we're trying to be the people who can establish a set of rules and make sure gamers do not step out of line. Islamophobic, bigoted, misogynistic, violent, Islamophobic,
What's up with the
transphobic,
Evangelion references?
bigoted, misogynistic, violent, Islamophobic, transphobic.
I don't want to get copyright struck for fucking Fly Me to the Moon.
Misogynistic. You're a gamer.
Is there gonna be comedy in this video?
Now, the salt has
Jesus
been
Christ, he came in so
pretty hilarious.
fucking
I just
suddenly.
want to take a look at the just a little nugget of the salt so that we may remember. Just whenever you get a weak moment, you know, and you're like, man, maybe I'm missing out. Maybe I'm getting a little bit of that FOMO. Maybe I'm missing out on Twitter. I wonder what's happening on Twitter. Let's take a look.
Oh, would you look at that?
The way he talks is so
Would you look at
chaotic.
that?
Yeah, there's a few
Could
more
barely
blemishes
understand what
on
the
the
fuck
car.
he was
Oh my
talking
gosh,
about.
just look at it.
The car is not perfect.
Just look at it. Just look at it.
Yeah, well.
What the heck is that?
Here we have a writer from Screen Rant and CBR. It appears the quartering left Twitter. He wasn't banned. It sounds like it's willing. I guess that's fine. After all,
Why is he
maybe
reading it
just
like
couldn't.
this? Like, the attitude of this tweet reads like snarky douchebag, not like. It reads like. It appears that the cornering left Twitter. He wasn't banned. It sounds like it's willing. I guess that's fine. After all, maybe he just couldn't handle the heat and wanted to go to a safe space where he would never have to be questioned or disagreed with. Like, that's the way it reads. Like, it is douchey and really gay, but, like, not the way he's doing it.
Handle the heat and wanted to go to a safe space where he would never have to be questioned or disagreed with again.
I know what it is. He's afraid to do a gay-sounding voice because he doesn't want clips of him doing, like, a gay voice. But, like, this is like a People from Phoenix or Phoenician situation. Like, this is like this is obviously something you read in, like, a gay voice for comedy, you know?
Ooh, got him. Got him. Sick burn.
Also, I really hate the way he incorporates meme clips and shit because they never feel related at all. He just brings in, like, the most random shit.
After I was gone, in which you cannot be questioned. And what could it possibly be every single time? These weirdos, I'm telling you, these weirdos are always obsessed with She-Ra. Now look, when I said...
It's almost like you talked shit about She-Ra, a show that was widely beloved at the time it was airing, and you, like, made a point of pissing off their audience. Like, that seems like it obviously happened. I have not heard anything about this, by the way. This is my assumption just based on, like, yeah, no shit, you probably pissed off the She-Ra audience. Why wouldn't they be mad at you? He looks like a fucking chipmunk in this image. Like a real fat fucking chipmunk. By the way, he looks really fat in this video. Like, I didn't think he was that big of a dude. But he looks bigger than Vito in this video.
That there were deliberate design changes to She-Ra to make her gross.
Also, a lot bolder
and
than I realized. How old is this?
Most everyone agreed with me. Except this
3 years
small
ago?
section on Twitter.
Okay, he must have
where
lost some weight since this, because I don't think he's this
They
big
have
anymore.
been screeching about it endlessly. Screenshotted, talking about it. These are videos that I made, I don't know, 2 years ago?
Oh my god, old meme.
2 years
Ancient
ago.
meme, dude.
And they're still mad about She-Ra. You know
Jesus
what that
Christ.
tells me? I was right. They know I was
Is that like a part of conservatism? Is that you have to make dated references? because it's really funny to see somebody making not like dated references to conservative media, but just like stuff they grew up with, you know, like.
Right. And they're so desperate to try and hide it. Let's see. Spider Ken. I think the quartering got banned. Laughy cry emoji. Good riddance.
By the way, he doesn't like react to any of this. He doesn't like have a counter argument. He just kind of reads it in a goofy voice and then plays like an old meme. There's no like defense. Like, is it just supposed to be funny that these people said this stuff to us? Like, it should only be... It just comes off as somebody who is, like, upset that people are saying stuff about them and is going to read all of it in a mocking voice to show how not upset he is. I don't know. I don't really get what's the look supposed to be from this. What am I supposed to get? I assume I'm supposed to laugh at these people for being so wrong about my internet pops or whatever he's supposed to be for his audience. I don't get it. Also, when do the gay dads come into this?
We have Jason Prime. Crab dance rave. The quartering is gone. How about Quentin reviews?
Why were so many people using the crab dance rave to celebrate his... That was also an old meme 3 years ago, right? Almost certainly. Necromancer, I see your super, and I will add that to the queue.
The guy that literally purchased a real doll, from what I've been told. I feel stronger. This can only mean one thing. Someone has vanquished my evil twin. Child, please.
Who's 21.5 inches, meets Sultan Kosen, who's 8'3". They never met before.
Is he trying to imply that he is much taller than Quentin reviews?
One and a half inches, meets Sultan Kosen, who's 8'3".
Okay, he's using the subscriber count. So he's trying to imply that they are not peers because he's got
they never met before,
so many more subs than him. Okay.
It's quite a momentous occasion for us.
Meaning he can no longer drain from an energy force. Now, this is actually a funny tweet. I know Quentin Reviews is kind of a clown.
Real quick, let's see what Quentin Reviews is up to now. Close to 1 million. So he's still trailing Jeremy the Quartering by about proportionally like a similar amount. He's got about 900K. Jeremy's got 1.61 million. Both still growing.
But at least this is like not full of hate and vitriol. This is a fun, lighthearted celebration. You know, I'll miss you.
When are we going to have an old folks home for internet content creators? Fucking soon.
Not talking to you, Quentin. 2,300 likes. A lot of people hated me on Twitter. Here's Renfamous, the blue-haired land whale who survives off mommy and daddy's money and harassing people on Twitter saying, dang, it ain't even my birthday. Super happy. Now, Renfamous is easily the most toxic person I've ever come across on Twitter. They are deeply unsatisfied in their life.
Why the crab dance? Why was everybody using crab dance?
Why? Canceling yourself so you can complain about cancel culture. I wish more people would take this approach. Quartering's Twitter got suspended? No, it didn't. Oh, apparently he willingly left. Oh, this guy. Oh, this guy's a part of Renfamous's little brigade. Oh, somebody brought up She-Ra. Everyone brought up She-Ra. By the way, follow me on Parler. Like 22,000 people. Parler is not small. Don't be afraid.
This video has the energy of being so amazingly butt mad you literally don't know what to say. Like, all he did is like spastically read through a bunch of comments, and when he recognizes someone, go, "Ah, I recognize you. You're Nepo baby," or whatever, and then move on to the next comment. And then, in the edit, he added in a semblance of a jokes, like a badum-tiss after each read. There's no content here. This just feels like someone got really emotional because people were making fun of them on Twitter, which, by the way, so far it's been 4 people. When Twitter gets mad at me, there's several hundred threats, it's not 5 or 6 people I can recognize making fun of me. It's fucking whole communities coming to shit on me, this just seems to be the She-Ra community's mad at him, right? Bunch of She-Ra fans are yeah, fuck that guy. Probably people who are all fans of 1 or 2 creators were all just celebrating that this happened because those creators talked about it. I just can't imagine this being the way you would handle this reaction, when someone tried to Twitter cancel me, I got them to pull themselves out of Crunchyroll Expo. That's not what this video is gonna do. This video is not gonna do fucking shit to any of these people.
Don't let people tell you that Parler is some sort of right-wing echo chamber. Come over here and don't be that. I want my liberal viewers and my conservative viewers to come over here. I don't want only conservatives here. It's honestly, I don't see it. I mean, yeah, some of the bigger accounts are kind of conservative people, but I get a lot of people asking me about video games and stuff like that. Me and the boys, when we found out that Quartering has left Twitter.com. Oh, just so happy. Here, how did the Quartering become so cruel? Was he always an incel overlord spewing a man-baby mountain of hate, or was he forged deep in a misogynistic lab somewhere? The serfs, the dude is so amazingly obsessed with me. If I were a part of his camp, I would say he harasses me.
This is the same guy. This reminds me of a tweet I made not long ago where I was like, is Jeremy the Quartering famous for anything, or is he just known for being stupid douchebag? What is his deal? But I can answer you, the serfs. He was originally a claw game man. He was the master of claw games. I still haven't had time to actually really look into all that. I hope somebody eventually pays me to watch some Jeremy the Quartering claw game videos, or the Today Show appearance or something. I don't want to watch his content on my own time because that would feel very pathetic. But I would be interested in being given more excuses to make fun of this very, very easy to make fun of person, this crybully idiot who desperately wants to be internet famous.
That brigades my live streams, that just makes endless videos about me, but he probably also complains that I did too many videos on a super popular.
It doesn't get a lot of views on his videos anymore.
The greatest trick the devil ever pulled. I think he was tired of just getting so easily
just putting it out there. The search guy is hot. Well, I guess I gotta look him up
that
now.
He thought limiting his social media presence would help him save face. But here's the best one. This is one of the biggest idiots that I've ever come across. So congratulations.
This guy, he's got a very unique look to him.
Obsesses over me.
I could see how you could find this guy attractive.
I mean, if I ever want to experiment with dudes,
not that guy. Okay.
I know I've got quite a few that are
what
more
guy?
Than willing.
Who's the attractive guy?
I assure you.
Who do I have to? How far do I have to look into this fucking
real.
channel?
Jeremy's
I saw a Prager
gay
University symbol on it. Is this like?
By the way, I'm going to print this out.
Who are these
frame
fucking
it,
people?
Put it on display. Sadly, the Quartering Rip has left
Carlson's
Twitter for
Putin
Parler,
interview.
and although he can't respond, I must now both investigate and speculate.
Where do I need to go to find human?
2 gay dads, which he mentions frequently in tweets like this. What?
The Surf's
Dude.
Times.
first of all, you mined some tweets, right? Made sure you saved them, probably before I purged my Twitter. You've had them sitting around, right? And you went and highlighted. Also, I have 2 dads. I'll have no idea who dads. One of my dads is black and gay.
Where's another dude?
I have 3 dads.
Wait, hold on. Wait. Hold on. Hold the fuck on. Okay. I stopped paying attention right when we got to the important part. Hold the fuck on. Okay.
This is one of the biggest idiots that I've ever come across, so congratulations.
It was a very Maddox style reaction.
Much like the serfs, obsesses over meat, which is cool. I mean, if I ever, want to experiment with dudes, I know I've got quite a few that are more than willing. Meat, which is cool. I mean, if I ever, want to experiment with dudes, I know I've got quite a few that are more than willing. But
I need that. Hold on. Let's just hold on to that one, right? This video just got a lot more interesting. Oh, there's the full thumbnail that had been censored. Why did H3 feel the need to censor the thumbnail? I guess it's funny to do. This is a pride item. You're right, Ellen. This is definitely a pride item. I'm glad you found the words I was looking for. Oh, come on, DaVinci Resolve. I know my computer is going to struggle to do as many... It's trying to handbrake a file and run a live stream and now open a video editor. I understand this is a tough ask for my poor Asus. My poor overheating piece of shit computer that is, amazing in most ways, other than this one way, which is that it overheats really easily. Okay. This was videos called Twitter goes after my family. Let's just go ahead and plop that into our editor here. What time are we at in the video? What fucking tab were we on? I don't need any of this window, actually. I don't care about the fucking surf times anymore. 7:28, okay. Let's just go ahead. This is going in my cringe compilation.
This is one of the biggest idiots that I've obsesses over meat. Which is cool. I mean, if I ever, want to experiment with dudes, I know I've got quite a few that are more than willing. But this, I assure you, that are more than willing.
Perfect. Let's just go ahead. I'm sure I'll want to clip more of this for other reasons, but I think that clip by itself is too good not to post. Illusion with Check 50. Please watch a minute of anything by the Czech animator. How do you do the S with the thing over it? Like, is it like Schwankmayer? Or Zwankmayer? 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 Up to you if you finish it, though a lot of its works are shorts and on YouTube. Alright, we'll do. Is check 50 only $1? Is that why you said only a minute? 2:20. So we can do 2 minutes 20 seconds with that. The first pronunciation was good. So Schwankmayer. That's what I said, right? Schwankmayer. Okay. Okay, real quick, we're just gonna render out gay Jeremy. Let's go ahead and do this to the desktop. Alright, beautiful. You gotta love when you render something that's only 8 seconds long and your computer doesn't overheat. And let's go ahead and where did I save this to? It was just called Gay Jeremy, right? Oh, I'm in the videos, I'm not on the desktop. Jeremy's taking dick today. Here we go. Pride item. No, we'll say potent pride item discovered during ongoing live stream.
Cool. I mean, if I ever, want to experiment with dudes, I know I've got quite a few that are more than willing, which is cool.
Awesome. I love that. I love that it loops into him saying, which is cool, Oh boy, Jeremy. A gift that keeps on giving. Let's finish this fucking video.
I assure you that this Twitter thread is real. Jeremy's gay dad's thread, 1 of 4. By the way, I'm going to print this out, frame it, and put it on display.
It's not the thread being real that's surprising, Jeremy. It's the facts being
has left
real.
Twitter for Parler, and although he can't respond, I must now both investigate and speculate on Jeremy's 2 gay dads, which he mentions frequently in tweets like this. What? Dude. First of all, you mined some tweets, right? Made sure you saved them, probably before I purged my Twitter. You've had them sitting around, right? And you went and highlighted. Also, I have 2 dads. I'll have you know I have 2 dads. One of my dads is black and gay. I have 3 dads.
You didn't really have to throw in the "and gay" in response to that guy just saying you don't know any black people. I mean, maybe the full context implied something about
not that it's any of your business
problem as well.
So notice one of his dads is black and gay. If true, cool. It's funny because he's trying to hide his obvious racism here and homophobia behind the fact that he thinks it's cool. Now, if he was really an ally, like he thinks he is, he wouldn't be questioning the validity of it, right? How is this any different than me going up to somebody who says they're bi and saying, prove it? It's really disgusting, honestly. As somebody who grew up in a non-traditional family, it's very shocking that somebody who considers themselves an ally would launch an investigation to find out if imagine an ally like this who
do you think it's unnatural to what part of this is strange to him that an ally wants to investigate to be sure that he's not lying about being an ally? Like, he's basically trying to argue that whatever he's saying cannot possibly be written off as homophobia because he has 2 gay dads. He never says, by the way, I love my gay dads. He never says how important his black gay dads are to him. He never says that he learned anything from them. He never said he got any values from them. He never said that he stood up for them in any situations. He's never talked about their struggle. He's never talked about their experience. He's only used it to defend himself from homophobia. A factoid about his life. 2 of my dads are black. When I hear 2 of my dads are gay and black, like, we've been joking about it being like he has 3 dads, like it's a throuple of dads. Much more likely he's just been through the foster system, right? Like, he's just got multiple dads. Like, we've talked about it with ASC Presents Riley. You know, he's got his biological father, and he was fostered, and he has multiple foster dads who were black. So, like, Riley could say, I've had 2 black dads and a white dad, and that makes sense. They weren't all at once. None of them were gay. Is he trying to say that he has had a gay black dad and separately another dad? Like, he had a gay black dad at one point, and then he also has had 2 dads? Did he have 2 gay dads together at once? Did he have 3 dads at the same time? Did any of this? Are we going to get into this? Does any of this get revealed in this video? I have no idea. You've definitely been bigoted about having a gay dad in the past as a teen. Yeah, I mean, it's very easy. Most people's, like, anger in life is in part caused by their parents, right? Like, most people are either, like, super reflect their parent, like, they love their parents, they reflect their parents' values, they're just like their parents. I'm more in that camp. Like, I live with my parents. I have a lot of issues with them, but, like, ultimately I would say that my values more so align with theirs than exist to rebel against them. But it's incredibly commonplace to rebel against the ideals of your parents, especially if they made your life difficult in any way, which I have to imagine that, you know, if you are trying to identify as straight, as Jeremy seems to be, it can be a little difficult if you've got 2 gay dads constantly reminding you that you're gay.
Thinks they're woke, going around questioning if somebody's actually gay. I mean, really?
Well, they aren't questioning if those people were actually gay. They're questioning if your dads are actually... If you have gay dads. It's not, is your dad gay? Or can you prove your dad is gay? It's, can you prove you have a gay dad? There's a difference. We don't know who this guy is. It's not a person. It's a theoretical person. Does Jeremy the Quartering really have a gay dad? It's not... Is Jeremy the Quartering, whose dad we all know, you know, is Steve, Jeremy's dad, Steve, is he gay? Like, that's not the question here.
Pooh, it's Jeremy. And yes, of course, but I do think it's worth noting he pretty much always does this as a defense from accusations from racism and homophobia. Really? Is he supposed... What, am I supposed to have my 2 black dads making out in front of you so you can approve their gayness, Vadim? Is that what it is?
His 2 dads are the police chief from Brooklyn Nine-Nine and his boyfriend.
According to Jeremy,
husband.
he also has this dad. I don't know. Maybe he has 3 dads. Someone makes sense to me. Now, this is one of my dads. All right? Handsome man.
Okay, now we've got a white guy.
A man that would give you the shirt off his back. And so he also enjoys the company of 2 other black men. Who are you, Vadim? Last, I want to point out that there is a way.
The white dad is probably his birth father, right?
Maybe his mom divorced his white dad,
and then maybe he was
and they
fostered
both
by the
went on to
gay
marry
black
2
dads.
POCs. This is the only way it can work. Why are you that worried about my dads, Vadim? Let me tell you something, man. My family is none of your business, and it's really shocking to see how openly
is the white dad at all related to the 2 gay black dads?
We'll talk to you again real soon.
He didn't really answer that part. So assuming his gay black dads were foster parents and that his birth father is the white guy, right? That's the most sensible read I can have on that situation. Sounds like he was saying his gay white dad has a poly relationship with 2 other gay black dads. Could be. Is that what he was saying?
He has 3 dads. Someone makes sense to me. Now, this is one of my dads. All right? Handsome man. A man that would give you the shirt off his men.
Yeah, okay,
Who are you, Vadi? True. Maybe his mom divorced his white dad, and they both... Why are you that worried about none of your business? You are. Hope you enjoyed this.
He certainly isn't interested in people knowing any more than they do about this situation. He really doesn't want people investigating his dad's situation. I can't blame him. It's probably complicated. But I would just ignore this I would not... If you didn't want people talking about it, being like vague and weird about it is only going to make people more curious. Like, you think he's lying about his dad's? It's very possible he's just making it up. I like to try to take people at some level of like, okay, well, there must be like a kernel of truth in this, right? But yeah, he's so bad at, there's no details. Like, there's nothing to go into. Like I said, he only just says 2 gay black dads. He never says what they meant to him, what the experience was like. And he plays it off like, oh, that's private, you know. But like, I don't know, you would think it would be worth talking about when you're saying all the stuff you say politically. Like, it feels like this has to be addressed, or this would have to play a much bigger role in the stuff you're talking about if this is true. So it does seem like it's just made up bullshit. But he really wants you to think he's got a couple of hunky... I mean, this image makes it even less believable, like him suggesting that his white dad is just a guy, and then the 2 black dads are like the hunkiest, like, porn model. I don't know. This is a bit ridiculous. I don't know where the line of reality and fiction exists with Jeremy the Quartering. All right, we've got a couple more requests, and I think after those I'm gonna call it a night because I'm getting tired, and I don't want to end up doing really sleepy reactions. Let's see, what all have I made on this show here tonight? I'm seeing 68 in Cash App, and I'm seeing 13 in Venmo, equaling 81, and then I'm seeing 61 in the YouTube chat revenue, but we'll pretend a third of that doesn't exist and say 41. So a little over $100. That's not bad. Not bad for, what is it? Not even 4 hours of streaming yet. I feel tired because we started late, but you know, I knew on a Tuesday night, not exactly, no, Wednesday, it is Wednesday, no, it's now Wednesday, of course. Yeah, I was thinking, yeah, nobody's gonna be around on a Tuesday afternoon. Like, maybe the hours of 8 to midnight will be good, but other than that, I don't think a lot of people are gonna be super chatting on a goddamn Tuesday. Alright, but we've got to watch Necromancer's Request, Evangelion 3.0 plus 2.0, The End of Hideaki Anno on Odyssey. Alright. I assume it's on Odyssey because of how fucking difficult it is to keep anything on YouTube involving Evangelion. We really got to keep that in mind when we finish this Jujutsu Kaisen vs. Eva video, which I'm probably going to stream myself doing tomorrow. The title is... Oh, one. No, I didn't get it right away. What was the full name again? Evangelion 3.0 plus 2.0, the end of Hideaki Anno. I guess I typed 30, not 3.0. Big chillin', monkey chillin', gorilla, banana pillin'. Yeah, yesterday I made like $500, assuming that it all goes through. I mean, YouTube will take a third of that, so. You have found the edge of the internet, repost. Are you sure that, what am I, this is not coming up. Necromancer, it's not coming up. Is it just that Odyssey search is really bad, or, Oh, here we go. I got it. I just had to put it in quotes. Alright, I guess we're watching like 7.5 minutes of this very long video, or did you want me to put this on like super fast speed or something? Normal speed? Okay. I like this cat creature.
Evangelion has ended, and now that it has, we are left with an abounding amount of content
this
that has
animation
changed
is
us,
great.
shaped us, and most importantly, influenced us to the point that our world is now different. We have been left with enough content to chew on that could easily take up a lot of our time in simply sitting down and watching it. In fact, 22 whole hours to fully consume the entirety of Evangelion. Just once, which most fans don't just watch once, because if you do, then you basically only got the gist of it. Though it is possible for someone to get more than the gist of Evangelion on one watch and become a fan. But if so, you will be thrilled to find out that the second watch is even better. Because during those 22 hours, you will find yourself a human, I assume, blinking, thinking, blanking, and worst of all, being confused. During those inevitable moments, you will miss part of Evangelion's experience. To be fair, our bodies don't seem to be prepared to take in so much content. Anime, as a medium, moves at an extremely fast pace. You talk to somebody next to you for a single second and you miss 12 plot points. That is, if you're watching the shows that do this to such an extent that they are infamous for it. The Tatami Galaxy, for example, has every character rapping throughout the entire series. And others, such as the Monogatari series, has so much dialogue and visual gags that it becomes a hazy experience. And Evangelion doesn't fall short of that.
I gotta say, so far, I love the structure of this video. It's super unique. The pacing is very well considered in a way that like it rarely is, and obviously as an animator, like pacing control is something you have to understand extremely well, and even just the way that the cat is animated exhibits that same like very precise level of thought in like how many frames each thing is going to be, you know. So yeah, there's like a very ethereal kind of feeling to this video, but it keeps it so that every time he starts talking again, it's very easy to pay attention to the whole thing he's saying. It's funny. It makes references to lots of different stuff, but without any of it being something that you probably wouldn't have heard of if you're watching this type of video, you know? So, yeah, so far it's just really well made. And also the voice is funny. I think it's on purpose that they're like deliberately leaning into certain inflections. Like in Famous, like almost feels like it's trying to make me mad, but I think because I think it's on purpose, it just makes me laugh. It's hard to tell though. Yeah, the thinking, blinking, and blanking thing, that was funny.
Delves deep into philosophical concepts while 20 shots are about to take place one after another with only 2 seconds of a breather between shots, aka there's too many frames while the dialogue is already enough to process. You're left with a show that needs to be rewatched in order for you to fully grasp it, making those 22 hours turn into 44.
I also just really appreciate, like, the way he's breaking down this idea, right? Like, we've all heard people say, like, Evangelion, you gotta watch it twice to fully understand it, right? But, like, there's a way that this video kind of immerses you in the experience of that by, like, reminding you again and again of, like, the 22 hours and, like, really making you think about, like, it puts me in the mindset of thinking about if I was trying to do this as just an all-day marathon, you know, like, if I wanted, because that's the first time I watched Ava the TV show, I did just watch it all at once in a binge, but now that it's a 22-hour franchise, like, I'm visualizing myself sitting for all of that and then knowing I have to do it again to, like, get a full perspective on what I just saw, you know, like, I first saw it when I was 14. It took me almost a decade to do another complete watch of Ava because I was, like, afraid. I was afraid of liking it less or not understanding it, like, realizing I understood it less than I thought I did, or just, like, there's a lot of things. I know at one point I tried to rewatch it and then I just kind of bounced off of the characters. Like, I think I was going into it trying to understand everybody other than Shinji more and, like, failing. And just felt like, I don't know, maybe I don't get it, you know? And then when I came back and did the analysis videos on it and, like, finished the show again, I felt like I understood it a lot better. And then, you know, each time I've written about it, I felt like I've understood it a lot better. But I still feel like there's a long way to go. And it still is a daunting thought of, like, there's so much of it, even though it's not that long. Like, obviously it's not as big as a lot of other stories, but it is that dense and it is pretty long. And when it's not that dense, it's frustrating. Like, it's like if you get used to there being just constant content and then it feels like it suddenly becomes even slightly sparse. It's like, oh man, this is so much more boring than this show usually is, you know? Anyway.
And once you've understood even more of the show, you might want to go back a third time to then notice that you will never fully get everything out of it. Because like any other piece of art that's talked about for decades, there is simply too much to take away. And that's just from one single person.
Listen, in my bank the same night, which is crazy. That's faster than anything.
And despite many passionate people talking about it, we still haven't been able to fully decompose Evangelion. What has it done to our world? Has its creator, Hideaki Anno, unintentionally birthed a new religion with an anime? What was he trying to tell the audience after he was done expressing?
No, what's happening? Why? Video hasn't loaded any further than this? The live stream does say it's on a very low bit rate. Maybe I'm having like an internet choke moment here. Do I still sound good? Odyssey does suck. Could just be Odyssey's fault. Let's try reloading and see if that fixes it. Of the 24 videos that I wrote to release this year is called One More Evangelion Video, and it is kind of similarly about like coming to the conclusion I cannot imagine running out of things to say about Ava, and that's what kind of is the hard, like what makes it hard to talk about is that you kind of just find yourself rambling, and then you're like, well, where do I stop? Like, what is the end of one coherent point about Evangelion? You know, like, just something about the way it's structured, where everything in the show plays into everything else, and it's so fucking long. Like, it does kind of require 22 hours of ranting to decompress, you know, and like, even then... you know, if an image is worth 1,000 words and you got 22 hours worth of images, you know, from my experience, it takes about 3.5 minutes to say 1,000 words. So let's multiply the whole thing by 3.5. And it's like 100 hours that it would take to decompress your thoughts on Evangelion. That sounds right.
Finding out that Evangelion had a PS2 video game, but because it wasn't released in English, you will simply have to look into its gameplay. But then you will notice that in the entire universe of Evangelion, you just wasted your time looking
that
into
actually
said
looks
game
kinda
because
awesome.
there is more canonized versions of the franchise.
Like, obviously the
buried
controls
in
look
the
like
form
dog
of
shit,
manga.
but
That's right, the manga
the graphics
is
look
canon.
nice.
A manga
Yeah, there's that
with
Wonder
14
Swan game.
volumes, which is impossible
The
to add into
angel
the
breeding
timetable
sim.
accurately, as that depends
not only
on
is it
how
canon,
fast you
it's
read.
like
But still, let's just
like
say
fills
that if
in
you rewatch
blanks in the
Evangelion
story
3
that were
times
missing.
and you just stumbled
Yeah, I've
upon
got a
the
video
manga,
about it,
then
Negin.
you might easily pour 100
just look up
hours
Evangelion
into
Wonder
this
Swan
franchise,
Gig Studio,
which is
and
in
it should come
retrospect
up.
not so bad compared to the hours I've spent on Animal Crossing New Horizons.
I've never seen a Wonder Swan in real life either, but I know Vito has one, and he has that game physically. One of my favorite Trixie moments when Trixie lets out a visceral no when her last angel dies. I assume that's on a live stream where I played it. It sounds
yes.
fucking intense.
What is art?
That game was harder
One
than
may
shit.
ask and a fool may try to define. I believe for everything to be art, says the liberal. The most radical opinion you might have heard is that everything made by a person is art. Yet I'll go the extra.
Okay, we've transcended past the amount of time that was purchased for this video. This is very good and interesting, and I will watch the rest of it on my own time, should I ever discover my own time. Or if you just paid me to watch the rest, but not tonight because I am getting tired, and I suspect that video requires a little bit more concentration than a passing out person has. So let's get to that last request. A minute of anything by the Czech animator Schwankmajer. Whoa. This looks awesome. Claymation. Nice faces, nice heads. Oh, he's got a toothbrush in his mouth. You gonna take it? Oh, you got the paste. Let's go. Teamwork. Bread. Butter. You know what it is. The fucking way his face like bulges out. Shoes laced. This is teamwork at its absolute finest. Sharpen that son of a bitch. The fucking sound effects. Facing each other down. What in the hell is that shit? Oh, they're trying. I see what's happening. Is it just because they switched which side they were on? They just don't. They can't produce the same results? Everything's all tangled and fucked up. Gotta go back to the natural order of. Or maybe they're just doing every possible combination. Just having a good goof. The noises. The goddamn noises. Thread the bread. God, they're even doing the three-way combos. They run out of combinations. Oh. Scissoring, that's lesbian. That was gay. Also, I don't think I need to describe how. Well, they really exhausted themselves. It was like sex between prop comics. Let's do a little bit of this one too. Fucking shining his knife like a motherfucker. Okay, these are fun. I like this style. I like the stop motion. This is good stuff.
Trixie, check Twitter. What am I looking for, Landon? What are you trying to show me today? Is it more pride items? How would you rank it on the Melius Fuckometer?
You ready to get a mealy fucking apple? Great. One mealy red delicious does not make the entire batch mealy.
Yeah, and one non-mealy red delicious apple doesn't make the whole thing.
Oh, you know what?
The
battle of the pedants. You know what, buddy? I got a boatload of red delicious apples. I can hit you in the face with them. You'll oh, that wasn't mealy at all. You'll get a bruise.
I'll be like, what, did you just throw cornmeal at me?
Fuck.
All this dusty powder all over the place.
Dick, get a mealy fucking apple.
That was definitely mealy as fuck. Good job.
Great.
The anime here, by the way, is Akagami no Shirayuki Hime, or Snow White with Red Hair, which I recommend. Good show. Okay, that's enough for Twitter. Alright, everybody. I think you're sick of anything claymation and weird being described as Tool-esque. That's funny. I mean, it wasn't the same type of weird. Like, Tool is like fucked up schizo weird. That was more like yuckster, funny guy weird. And very European feeling. Alright. I'm too tired to keep being entertaining. Thanks everybody for coming out. I'll probably see you all tomorrow. Good night.